testimony of non-agenda items. Each speaker because we have so many speakers this evening and we would really like the opportunity to hear from every single person, each speaker will have up to 1 minute to address the board, and please remember no deferral of time is allowed. When you begin speaking, a yellow light will remind you that you have 1 minute, and when your time is up, the red light will appear and a bell will ring. Please finish your sentence, then when your time is up, please. Lisa Berlanga, Citizen. Jim Vlasis. Lita Montiel. George Pineda. Laura Martinez. Citizen. I guess just if you want to speak, just come on down. Doesn't matter. We don't know who you are or not.
Robert Kennedy said, "The final task is not for task of government. Every time we turn our heads the other way when we see a law flouted, when we tolerate what we know to be wrong, when we close our eyes and ears to the corrupt because we are too busy or too scared, we strike a blow against freedom and decency and justice." I'm asking that the school district starts looking at people that are taking money for students for fees, that are lying to children about their rights and taking away their constitutional rights. These are all very serious issues. I received a letter from the California Department of Education that Mr. Eduardo Ochoa had given extra credit for bringing things to him like forks and plates and food, and now that money is going to have to be refunded. I hope this will be done promptly, because no child should be getting extra credit for a class for bringing things into the teacher that a teacher demands.
Thank you, President Beiser. Lisa Berlanga, representing United Parents for Education for the last time this evening as we are in the process of closing our doors. But before we go, I wanted you to hear a story about our parent, Emily. I'm not going to be able to tell the whole story in a minute, so I guess I'll email the remainder of it after this evening. But Emily's a parent in Southeast San Diego. She and her husband attended Up Fred's dialogue series and became very engaged and empowered with the information she received. Both of these parents have been here speaking to the board before and telling you that they no longer believe they need to wait for Superman, that they can ensure their children have a great education because they are empowered parents. To begin ensuring quality education for their children, they started a leadership group at their school. The original principal was very amenable to this, and they began forming the group. Their first request was to have a parent room that they could be in charge of, that they could provide information to parents that they could meet at and have resources for parents. The new administration came in, which Amelia sat on the interview committee and actually helped hire this new principal. And since then, the parent room hours have been reduced. They may use the parent room from 8 to 11 o'clock each day. They cannot have their leadership meetings there. They can only meet there once a month. They have to send the principal an agenda no later than a week in advance. The power that they had and that they were trying to create has really been taken away from them. She was chastised for eating McDonald's because it wasn't healthy. And this last week, the principal actually suggested that her child would be better served at another school.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Velasquez. I'm going to try and hustle through it. This is the third year I've addressed the board. I've written you several letters. I haven't heard anything, but I hope you'll take the time to go back and read it. No need to rehash the information I provided previously regarding funding for boys and girls lacrosse programs in San Diego. More kids are playing, boys and girls are playing lacrosse on most teams that you already fund. There are more kids playing lacrosse than teams you fund. It doesn't make sense. 13 years, lacrosse has been classified as a minor sport or a secondary sport. It's not, folks. It's the fastest growing sport in San Diego and California. And as I indicated, more kids are playing this sport than most of the teams you're funding already. It just doesn't make sense. It's not fair. It's not a level playing field. It's not equitable. programs are going to be started, I'm told, at Lincoln and Crawford next year. Crawford has the equipment, but they don't have the money to get started. At least, and I had a 3-minute remark, but obviously I won't be able to say it. I'll finish this sentence, hopefully. It's time to come and bring them back from what you started or what was classified as 13 years ago. The money's here. It's a matter of equity and balancing and changing priorities. I've worked with many budgets with the city schools, and I'll be happy to help find the money to do this. But it's, again, I'm sorry I don't have more time to speak.
Thank you, sir. We can have staff follow up with you, sir. And then also, we can ask the superintendent to look into the concerns with the school. What school was that at, Lisa? Thank you. All right, Joanne.
Francine Maxwell, celebrating the 60th anniversary of Brown versus the Board of Education, I'd like this board to be mindful that all the administrators that are on paid administrative leave are all minorities. So I'm trying to understand where's the diversity and the inclusion. Also, they're costing us between $500,000 to $600,000 while they sit at home, and they could have been closing their schools properly. I'd like for this board to inquire of their employee, what is the selection criteria for the inexperienced interim principals that are being placed at these schools that have no experience with budgets, that have no experience in closing schools? Ask your employee, what is the criteria for her to put those there? And then I'd like to find out, are we going to get a report from the diversity committee with some of the issues? I looked at the recent appointments, and although they look like appointments, many of them are demotions, and they're all minority employees. So I'm trying to understand, if diversity is important, why is it that diversity of the people that are on paid leave? And so maybe I think that it's time, as we celebrate Brown versus the Board of Education, it's time for a Lopez or Martinez versus San Diego Unified Board of Education lawsuit.
Good evening. I'm Patty McIntyre, principal of iHigh, and this is Maureen Cottrell, science teacher and dual enrollment coordinator. We are here to share good news about the online dual enrollment program, which recently won the Classroom of the Future Foundation's Achieve Award. The award is given to a school that best demonstrates results that drive student learning and positive student outcomes. As shown in our brochure, online dual enrollment students have completed over 2,800 course credits during the past 4 years. Almost 1,500 credits were earned by graduating seniors. Providing students with the opportunity to take college prep online courses without needing to leave their neighborhood high school has made a positive impact on the district's graduation rate, has assisted students in meeting college admissions requirements, and has provided flexible options for students involved in athletics, band, theater, ASB, and other activities. This positive impact on student achievement is why the online dual enrollment program won the Classroom of the Future Foundation's Achieve the Award. We wish to thank the board, Superintendent Martin, our district leaders, and dual enrollment colleagues who have supported the iHigh program. As we like to say at iHigh, we are the other quality school in every neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Laura Martínez, vengo de la escuela Field Elementary.
I'm Laura Martínez from Field Elementary.
Mi pregunta es, una maestra de quinto grado agredió a mi hijo.
A fifth grade teacher,
Lo jaló.
Pulled my kid away, pulled it.
La pregunta es, ¿por qué corrieron a la principal cuando hay una agresora en la escuela?
So why did you got rid of the principal if there's an aggressor, a teacher aggressor in the school, that the kid was physically abused?
Ella es la única que nos ha estado ayudando con respecto a mi hijo.
She was the only one that was really helping me with my son's problem.
Y ahora estoy, ¿en qué va a pasar?
And now I don't know what is going to happen with that.
Solamente les pido un poco de consideración.
I ask you for a little of consideration.
Mi hijo está pasando por muchos problemas físicos.
My kid is having a lot of physical problems.
Y necesito su ayuda, por favor.
And I need your help, please.
Es todo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. This is everything.
Aló, mi nombre es Jorge Pineda, soy miembro de la comunidad de Field.
I am a member of Field Community,
También soy el padre del niño que ha sido abusado por una de las maestras.
and I'm the father of the kid that has been abused by one of the teachers.
Quisiera saber los motivos por qué se restituyó a la maestra, a la directora y dejaron a la maestra ahí.
So I want to know, why did you remove the principal and you left the teacher there?
Sí, ella es la única que ha estado ayudando a la comunidad hispana en esa escuela.
Because she's the only one, the principal was the only one helping the Hispanic community in the school.
Por ella ha habido mucha ayuda y muchas cosas nuevas en la escuela.
Thanks to her, there's been a lot of help and a lot of new things in the school.
Cuando se le descubrió el diabetes a mi hijo, fue la única que nos estaba apoyando.
When my kid was diagnosed with diabetes, she was the only one that was helping us with it.
La maestra nos ha rechazado, no nos contesta preguntas que le hacemos acerca del niño.
The teacher has been rejecting us. She's not answering our question that we ask her about our kid.
Quisiera saber qué es, si no hay una respuesta de aquí, cuál va a ser mi próximo paso a seguir.
And I want to know, if there's no answer from here, what is my next step after this?
Gracias, es todo.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosa, soy madre de Field Elementary y quiero saber qué es lo que está pasando con nuestra directora latina.
So I'm also a member of the community of Field, and I want to know what is happening with the principal, which was a Latina principal.
¿Y dónde está la visión de todos los niños, de los proyectos que ella tenía en el futuro?
So where's the vision that she had for all the kids, for the future of all these kids? Where is it going now? All this. That's everything.
Good afternoon. My name is Lita Montiel, and I'm PTA president at Field Elementary. We wanted to know what happened to our great principal. She is very supportive of the children, of the parents, and if some of our teachers had complained why the parents and the student is not, we didn't know what's going on. So we need answer, and we want our principal back, please.
My name is Danielle Ortega. I'm the vice president of the PTA. I'm past president as well. I've worked a lot with Ms. Robinson in the last 3 years. But I just wanted to mention, you know, we have no idea of what this is all about, but I know there is some issues with some teachers that are at our school, and I personally witnessed her going over the contract, making sure she was in line with what she was doing. She was there day and night trying to get the teachers to do the work that they need to do for our children. And that is the most important thing at the school, is our children, and that is why we are all here today. And I will do anything for our principal, and she will do anything for our kids.
Hello. You know, I thought our children are supposed to come first. I'm here as a member of the Field Elementary also. We have no idea what happened to our principal, and the children need to come first. She's important. She was instrumental in getting our children into that school. We were desperate for them to be in a bilingual education, and she helped us every step of the way. She's involved with the community. She helps us every step. Where's the transparency? You know, how are we supposed to build a quality school in our community? You know, before she got into that school, I had no idea Field was even there. I'm left to imagine what's going on. I have no idea. You know, was she holding the feet of the teachers in the fire? At any rate, thank you for your time.
Additional speakers that submitted testimony slips: Wendell Bass, Daniel Ortega, Matt Yegian, Francisco Salcedo, Sir Larry Dolberry, Sandra Punta, and Patty McIntyre.
Good afternoon. My name is Francisca Salcedo, and this is my daughter, Annalise Peralta. She's a student at Aurora Rodriguez Elementary School. Last month, I spoke about setting wise budget priorities that fully support all our schools. Let's remember this as we transition into the Common Core state standards, which will bring increased complexity and rigor to teaching and learning. Parent involvement will greatly help our teachers, students, and administrators to adjust successfully. Please keep this in mind so that please keep in mind that parents may have inflexible work schedules or other family obligations, so teachers and administrators will need extra time to plan effective home and classroom communication and parent engagement programs. Each of our students will need added support during this transition period, in particular those children who are low income, English learners, foster children, and children with disabilities. Trust in all our stakeholders will help avoid their burnout and ensure a joyful and effective educational experience for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendell Bass, and I'm speaking this time as a private citizen, not speaking on behalf of the Association of African American Educators. 60 years ago, we know that Brown versus the School Board of Topeka decision was made, but we stand here today, issues at Lincoln, issues at Sarah, issues at other places. I'm hearing diversity raise its head again here during this meeting, so it must be your day for diversity. But I stand here highly disappointed in your policy, the blueprint to accelerate the achievement of African American and African students. And it's disheartening to sit here and to see our children are still at the bottom and not one strategic activity or strategy has been implemented in our schools across this district. Our task force is losing membership, community members, to a point that they're not even coming. And unfortunately, we only have a minute to talk about something that needs a much larger discussion. I'll close with this. I was concerned at the first meeting that our superintendent attended last year. Superintendent Koba happened to be there as well. But one of the questions she asked was, how much longer do we need to be meeting? That's a real concern. So considering the lack of progress and things that are being done, I think it's time that you all need to step up, ask some questions. What's going on with the very policy that we presented you with 58 strategies, things that could be successful to help our children, and why none of these things are that we can say we've implemented across this district. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Bradbury. My son attends Sarah High School as a sophomore, and my daughter will be there coming fall as a freshman. I'd like to take this opportunity today just to present to the board my concerns and observations about inequity and funding for some sports, following up on Jim Vlasis, who spoke earlier about funding for lacrosse. As you can see, I'm involved with Sarah Lacrosse, have been for 2 years. There's a handful of sports here that are played locally in the school district that are not funded in any way. There's a dozen or so that we're all common familiar with: football, baseball, soccer, that receive some amount of funding. But lacrosse, in addition to golf, wrestling, and maybe one or two others, simply do not receive any funding, and for reasons which I don't know. So the reason I'm here today, I'm not seeking answers. I'm just trying to raise awareness in this forum. Hopefully, over the course of the next year, can try to maybe work with some of your folks and your staff to try to determine how we can maybe rectify the situation. Lacrosse is growing in popularity. My kids play it. A lot of people do. It's year over year. It's one of the fastest growing sports in the country. We've got 9 boys and 6 girls teams here that field teams with our 16 high school teams of lacrosse. So it goes without saying that I think there should be an opportunity to provide funding, and I ask for your consideration over the course of the next year as we're working through the budget. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hi, good evening, Superintendent Martin, Board President Beiser, members of the Board of Education. My name is Matt Yagyagan. I am with Alliance San Diego, and I'm here today to invite you all and also invite the general public here to a panel discussion that we're hosting about the 60th anniversary of the Brown versus Board of Education and reflecting on educational equality. This panel discussion is going to happen this Saturday, May 31st, from 4:30 to 6 p.m. at the theater at Lincoln High School. And on the panel will be Andrea Guerrero, who is the Executive Director of Alliance San Diego, the Honorable Dr. Shirley Weber, Assembly Member of the 79th District, Kimberly West-Falcon, who is a professor of law and Chair of Constitutional Law at the Loyola Law School, and Board Vice President Marnie Foster, who will be talking about the different types of initiatives and things that San Diego Unified School District is doing to combat the achievement gap. So please, I invite you all, I invite the general public to come to our panel discussion. Interpretation will be available, and we look forward to having a critical dialogue about commemorating Brown versus Board. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other speakers, that completes the non-agenda public testimony. Thank you all for taking the time to speak to the board and superintendent today. We appreciate your comments and know that your input helps us to better serve our children. And I do believe this was very informative for the superintendent to look into some of the concerns that were raised this evening. The Navy JROTC Color Guard from Patrick Henry High School will now present the colors. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ready, cut, rise, face, forward, march, left, 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 right, left, left.
Thank you, Patrick Henry High School, JROTC. I'd like to welcome everybody to present today and those watching the broadcast at home and call the May 27, 2014 regular meeting to order with all board members present. If you wish to address the board today and your name is not on the blue sheet located at both entrances to the auditorium and you have not already submitted a request for public testimony form, please complete the form and submit it to Cheryl Ward, the board action officer. Speakers on agenda items will be called on to speak during the discussion of that agenda item. Once the discussion begins on an item, no additional public speaker requests will be accepted by the board. Non-agenda item testimony was heard at 5 p.m. and will also be heard at the end of the meeting. At this time, I'd like the ASB student representatives to the board to introduce themselves. Please tell us about yourself and what's going on at your school, both academically and socially. ASB Council President Michaela Volk from SCPA.
That's my principal. She's clapping for me. Well, just in case you didn't know, there's 14 school days left. Yes, I'm counting. This week is middle school week at SCPA, and we'll be having their middle school dance on Friday. And then next week is senior week, which will lead to prom, which is at the Hotel Del. That's socially what's going on. Academically, we're just getting up to finals, so teachers are wrapping up their curriculum.
Great, thank you. And Kyra Johnson from Claremont High School.
At my school, we just had our prom. We're having our Aloha Dance, which is welcoming our 8th graders and saying goodbye to our seniors next week on Friday. And just the same as at SCPA, our finals are coming up, so our courses are concluding.
Thank you very much. And now we'd have a student presentation. Vice President Marnie Foster is going to be introducing Knox Middle and Porter Elementary School, I believe.
Well, you just did.
Wow. Do you have a little intro?
Well, the intro is just that the theme is the 50th anniversary of civil rights, as well as the 60th anniversary of Brown versus the Board of Education. In that spirit, I bring forth both Porter Elementary and Knox Middle, and Porter will present first. All right.
Good evening, board members, and all of our other distinguished guests. My name is Lily McMillan. I'm the principal at Porter Elementary School. I am so proud to present just a sampling of our 5th grade students here on this evening, and they're going to come to you in their own way. I'm hoping that I didn't get mixed messages, but they're going to present to you what I have come to the conclusion to believe, that if we continue to implement the Common Core standards in a way that they should be implemented, that you are going to begin to see a sampling of what our students should look like, be like, think like, and want to proceed in life in becoming their dream. So I'm going to turn the mic over to you at this time. They will introduce themselves to you as they speak to you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Christopher Abundis, and I attend Walter J. Porter Elementary School. My teacher's name is Ms. Baca, and I am currently a 5th grader. When I grow up, I want to attend a good college and have a great life. At this point in my life, I want to become either a computer specialist or a video game designer. I love working on computers and believe this would be a great future for me. The Common Core standards encourage students to participate in their education. Our class has been using Common Core standards all year by doing projects, having discussions, presenting and defending our thinking, writing to explain, and problem solving. Our biggest focus this year has been learning to justify our thinking orally and in writing. That means speaking and writing to present a claim, answer or argument, and defending or proving it with evidence and reasoning. My favorite part of this school year has been working on group and independent projects that connect social studies, literacy, math, and science. We have learned how to use technology and other resources to defend our understanding. A well-rounded student is a person who is interested in learning, flexible in their thinking, and can problem-solve real-world situations. Through practice with Common Core standards, students like me will become the leaders of our own learning and will develop the critical thinking skills needed to succeed in life. The skills that I am learning this year will help form the foundation that will help me get into a good college and create a great life for my family and myself.
Good evening. My name is Luis Ramirez, and I am 11 years old. Go to Porter Elementary, and my teacher is Ms. Ballard, which is a 5th grade classroom. I want to be an inventor or engineer when I get older. To succeed, I have to study math, science, and technology. I want to go to a good college that will challenge me and not make it easy for me. Common Core will help me succeed because in Common Core, everything we have to do has to involve explaining. So if I build something, I have to explain it to the buyers about the product. Also, Common Core empowers me to explain even more in math. My teacher calls us achievers. In math class, we have to justify. In all our thinking, we have to do this through quantitative reasoning in multiple ways, such as drawing symbols or words. She calls our class Swag Central. Swag for her means to shine with academic greatness. Therefore, I have swag. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Irvin Carter. I am a 5th grader from Walter J. Porter Elementary School. Today I'll be telling you about Common Core. When I grow up, I want to be in the military and be a specialist in computers and engineering. In order for me to do that, I would need a good education to learn how the technology works. I also have to get better grades and think how my future is going to go. Common Core is going to help me because math is the road to all success. And if you don't know how to do math in the military, you won't be able to label things that are important, like programming computer chips and other technology. Therefore, I will study math and achieve my dream of becoming an engineer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carla Gonzalez. I go to Walter J. Porter Elementary School. I'm a 5th grader in Ms. Ballard's class, Ms. Baca's class. When I grow up, I want to be an oncologist. In order to achieve this, I want to attend the best universities and medical schools like Harvard and Yale. My goal is to find a cure for cancer to help end the pain and suffering that cancer patients and their families are dealing with. Cancer killed my grandpa, and I don't want that to happen to any more people. That's just the first half of my life. When I'm 35, I plan to run for the office of President of the United States of America. Common Core standards open learning. It has students doing the learning instead of just sitting there and listening to the teacher. We are designing, creating, presenting, discussing, explaining, and researching in order to learn skills and concepts in math, science, literacy, social studies, and the arts. This year, we have learned research skills and how to use technology wisely when studying a topic. We learn how to justify our thinking. We discuss in groups, explain our thinking, and prove it by showing it to others. We also focused on breaking apart problems in math. We use different strategies to figure out problems. All of these critical thinking skills are preparing us for the real world where we will become the leaders of tomorrow. For this to happen, we need good schools. Good schools consist of teamwork. A good team contains dedicated teachers, active, involved parents, and responsible, hard-working students. Thank you all for all that you do for our schools and students like me. Gracias por lo que haces por mi escuela y por mí.
Good evening. My name is Daniela Suarez. I go to the amazing school called Walter J. Porter Elementary School. I am in class classroom 505 with the superstar teacher named Miss Ballard. My amazing teacher named Miss Ballard calls us achievers because we will achieve. When I grow up, I want to become a science professor at Yale or Harvard University. In order to achieve my goals, I have to study chemistry, body systems, the way things work, and much more. Common Core helps us understand the way of science. For example, the past couple weeks in my classroom, we have been learning about body systems, and I understand the circulatory system, which is how blood is delivered to the body. Common Core helps us elevate our thinking. Thank you for your attention and time. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Rosemary Lopez, and I go to Walter J. Porter Elementary. I am in 5th grade in Ms. Nice Cooley's class. When I grow up, I either want to be a mayor or the president of the United States. In order to do that, I have to go to school, listen, and work hard. I need to study politics and law. Common Core is really helping to prepare me for the future. One strategy that will help me is close reading. In class, we practice close reading where we read a text more than once for different purpose. This is what I will need to do if I am going to be a mayor or the president. I will have to pay close attention to all the writing that comes into my office and make decisions that affects a lot of people. That's how Common Core will help me achieve my dream of becoming a mayor or the president. Thank you.
I have to, and it's not putting anyone on the spot, but I don't know how many of you ever heard the term, be ye also ready, so no man knoweth the hour. I have to ask you to please give these students the biggest round of applause because they just pulled this together within the last 3 hours. So... As you can see, and I do believe, and I can say it right here and right now, we will see every one of these students in college and beyond, in careers, medically, coming up with the cure for cancer, on the road to becoming president of the United States, oncologist, mathematicians, engineers, whatever they set their hearts to do, our children are on the road to doing and becoming just that. Thank you for your attention.
I guess I'm on. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Martin, and thank you for inviting the students. May I? That's better. The students from Knox Middle School here. First of all, I want to thank my incoming students from Walter J. Porter Elementary School. I am so pleased that they're coming to visit us and be part of our program. As you know, we're building, for everyone in the audience, we've been under construction for 2 years. We built half of middle school. We'll be painting the other half, so it will all look the same. And we are a STEAM school, science, technology, engineering, arts, as you see. coming here, and math. And when we talk about arts, it's not just performing arts, it's also visual arts. So today, we were asked to come and present for our board meeting and our wonderful students. I wanted to talk about them a little bit because the average GPA is 3.75 for all students here combined. So they not only play music, and as you know, music opens the right side of your brain, allowing your whole brain to learn, and these students are learning constantly and unshakable. So I'm going to ask Jorge, is there a portable mic there? Can they use those mics? They're no longer live? Okay, Jorge, since you have a violin, why don't you come down here? Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Hello, we are from Knox Middle School. We are the Advanced Orchestra Group. This is Ivana, Herbert, Stephanie, I'm Jorge, like you said. And we're gonna play Country Gardens, Fair Jockeys. Thank you. The next song is called Pepperoni Pizza Rock. Yeah, yeah, I know. Thank you for having us.
I second that, and thank you. And I'm Gary Rollins. I'm the principal at Knox Middle School. I've been there for 5 years, 2 months. I won't go on. And And one of the amazing things about Knox is that as it's developing, our students are taking ownership. Is that me? Is my pacemaker? Okay. Our students are taking ownership for all of the things that the community needs. So our community involvement is increasing. We've had several people from this group actually attending our school to see some of the changes. And as it changes, our students are strengthening and our community is strengthening. We are so involved in the community, they are becoming a partner with us instead of anything else. So as you know, in our Lincoln community, that's been our goal. We've accomplished that. And for the students that are coming from Porter, taking on the Common Core, our students are also doing that as they engage in the classrooms. So it will be a continuous loop, and we will be moving forward. So thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Thank you, folks.
Great job. Thank you. That's terrific. Yeah, really, really impressive. Yeah. Thank you very much. Great job. Good job. Good job, Smith. Good job. Very well. Good job.
All right, thank you very much, Knox Middle and Porter Elementary School. Now we move on to Section C, adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Please vote. That passes 4-0. Does any board member wish to remove an item from the superintendent's consent agenda in Section I? Okay, items I, 11, 12, and 13. And item I, 36. Any other items?
I-50, just for a brief comment. Thank you.
I-50? 5-0. Okay. Any other items? All right, great. Now we'll report out of closed session actions, the superintendent and board information reports. Superintendent Martin.
Thank you, President Beiser. I have 2 management appointments to announce this evening. A principal from Memorial Prep Middle School, Myrna Estrada, and vice principal at Dana Middle School, Stephanie Brown.
And Ms. Donovan.
Thank you, President Beiser. In closed session, the board voted 3-0 to authorize litigation to be filed against the Alpine Unified School District to set aside its authorization of the Endeavor Academy and to enjoin Endeavor from continuing to operate in district boundaries without being authorized by this district.
Thank you. Superintendent information report, Ms. Martin.
Thank you. Later on in tonight's agenda, you'll see that the reason why I missed the Classified Appreciation Award ceremony earlier this week was a very special visit to the White House, and that will be another board item later on in tonight's agenda. But this is a picture of the Classified Employees of the Year who we recognized last Tuesday, and this picture was when I had breakfast with them. Since I couldn't attend the appreciation event, I wanted to meet the individuals who are being recognized in our district as Classified Employees of the Year. And I started a new tradition, having breakfast with the winners. I think I want to keep doing that because I got to meet them personally and talk to them about their work instead of in the ceremony, which is nice. This was the morning that we had breakfast. So here you see the runner-up was Penny Clark from Madison High School. She's our dropout prevention mentor. And then the winner was Pauline Burt from Bay Park Elementary School as a special education assistant. And then another runner-up, Cindy McIntyre from Marston Middle School, a special education assistant. And when we had breakfast that morning, I had a chance to hear firsthand from them their commitment, their dedication, their history with our district, and stories of the students that they work with. And knowing that they got selected by their peers, but also hearing their stories and their dedication was wonderful. And it just turned out that all three were from the same cluster. And that same morning, I was able to go to Madison High School on my regular instructional walkthroughs, and this is a picture of me in the studio at Madison High School recording the video announcement. Since I couldn't be at Classified Appreciation, I was able to use their state-of-the-art technology studio and having the students there with the teacher videotape a presentation. So there I was at Madison High School just after having breakfast with the students, and had a great walkthrough with the principal at Madison, seeing what they're doing and their instructional program, and that's part of my weekly visits into schools. And it was great that we have a full TV studio, and I learned about our ability to broadcast television across this district live. We're going to practice some of that this summer. I'm really excited about that. So from there, another thing we featured just this last week, a couple of you were with me at the CCTE Showcase, and this was a picture with Mira Mesa High engineering students and the robotics team, and I was able to see the what they had developed for the Steve Wampler Foundation, a coaching device for people to be able to throw automatic pitches. Somebody with disabilities can throw automatic pitches, and this team has been developing that. I learned more about that at the CCTE Showcase, which I know Marnie was there with me and Richard, and if you haven't been to it, it's something to absolutely see when we talk about relevance, personalized learning, getting our students engaged, showcasing what's happening in our CCTE programs there is absolutely phenomenal. The kids have real-world learning and relevance, and it's all on display and featured in a phenomenal way at the showcase. And we also attended the Classrooms of the Future Foundation, the Innovation in Education Award to iHigh. I know the principal was here at public comment talking about it, but we're very impressed, and the team won an award at from the Classrooms of the Future Foundation for the Achieve Award for their iHigh Virtual Academy in the dual enrollment program, which is featured once again one of the best practices that we're looking at to finding out the programs that work, replicating them, and then taking them to scale and doing them in ways that are sustainable. And to see one of our schools be recognized at this countywide recognition was a great honor. And then many of you were with me at the Harvey Milk Diversity Breakfast, where we were honoring a student, not from our district, but we have Richard and Kevin at the youth essay winner, for a student from El Camino High School, Citlalli Aquino. I think you practiced how to say her name.
No practice was required. I've had several students with that name.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And her essay was true equality can only come by including everyone in the fight for social justice and by having equal footing with everyone. So we attended about over 30 of our principals and even more management staff attended this very important community breakfast last week. And then I want to do a little plug for save the date for the Madison Cluster Open House. It's coming up on June 2nd. As you know, we're talking about, instead of doing school site master plans, school site by school site, when we have our public funds with Prop S and Prop Z, instead of asking a school to think about the master plan for rebuilding their school, we're engaging in cluster by cluster master planning process, and Madison Cluster is coming up on June 2nd, and I invite everybody to join us as we launch the cluster master planning process throughout the district, and each cluster will have their opportunity to do theirs, but Madison's is coming up on June 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Martin. Now for board information reports from trustees. Trustee Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. Tomorrow night at 6 o'clock in this room, I'm going to be hosting a forum on the district's consideration of reviewing sale of up to 21 parcels to help balance the budget next year. I think the public needs to understand that these will have an impact on neighborhoods. Could be good impacts, bad impacts, neutral impacts, and also budgetary impacts on the district. So this is an opportunity for members of the public, planning group, citizens, others to come down and see the properties the board is considering for sale and what the potential impacts would be. And it's intended to be very informal and get input and feedback, which then I'll make sure gets back to the board as a whole. Thank you. It'll be 6 o'clock here in this room.
Okay, Trustee Barrera.
Thank you, President Beiser. I'd actually like to give my time, and not a lot of it, so about 5 minutes, to a great coalition led by Alliance San Diego, our PTA Council, San Diego Education Association, Educate for the Future. The process that the state asks districts to go through in approving our local control action plan is to develop a draft and submit that draft to the community, and then ask for feedback from the community before we submit our final draft. And I want to very much thank these organizations that have stepped up to provide, to put a lot of time and a couple of community forums into reviewing our draft LCAP and to provide us with some
Point of order. Point of order. This is not on the agenda to the public. What you're doing is against the law. This is against the law.
Okay, thank you very much for that input. I'd refer to General Counsel Andre Donovan. Is this appropriate as non-agenda public comment?
My understanding was that this is a board information report and that the board member has asked some folks to talk with him on his behalf. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Thank you. Continue.
All right, thanks, folks. Hi again, my name is Matt Yagyagan with Alliance San Diego, and I'm here with other community organizations, parents, stakeholders from within San Diego Unified School District who have recognized that this LCAP process, this LCFF, is something that's completely new, and it's something that San Diego Unified is trying to work with the state and the county office of ed, as are other school districts across the state, and we recognize that this LCAP template that we've all gotten is extremely confusing. It's hard for just about everyone to understand, and it's been difficult for you as a school board and as a school district to really understand what exactly the state is asking from you. So we recognize that, and because of that, we've decided to do a series of independent dialogues where we wanted to provide input on the LCAP. And thank you, Richard, for inviting us here, because we wanted to first inform you that we've already submitted our recommendations to the school district, to Moises, to you all as board members and the superintendent, and we wanted to spend a little bit of time just talking about these recommendations. They're divided into 3 themes: accessibility, transparency, and empowerment, and we think these are 3 themes that we could really build off to ensure that San Diego Unified can not just ensure that there's a quality school in every neighborhood, but we can really focus on things like closing the achievement gap. So with that said, I wanted to invite our next speaker, Derby, to talk about a few points.
Okay, Mr. Derby Patton-Gale, president of the PTA.
Yes, I'm president of the San Diego Unified Council of PTAs. I'm a parent volunteer. I'd like to make some clarification. So we have worked with this coalition. Our board did not come to a quorum and a vote on this, so I can't say I support it or our board supports it. We haven't voted on it yet. But what I do want to talk about tonight is the continued engagement with stakeholder groups. It's imperative and at the heart of the LCFF. This engagement, not just with the district groups and the parent groups, but spreading out into the neighborhood, will help us design a sound and meaningful LCAP, okay? So we look forward as a PTA to working with the district, with the parent groups, with Alliance, with the CLEAR Coalition to and work on behalf of our children and our families to reach the goal of a really solid LCAP that is the envy of the state in this first year. And then we look forward to continuing to work with you to continue to improve it in year 2 and in year 3 as we progress through this uncharted territory. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Claudia Dunaway. I'm with San Diego Organizing Project, and I'm a part of the coalition here today. And I know that everybody in this room wants to eliminate the achievement gap. And we think that the LCAP will move us forward in that direction because we will have clear, measurable, meaningful goals and specific budgets that will fund those goals. But more than that, it's going to tell us what the actions and the services are, especially for our high needs students. And that's the way that we're going to move forward by what we do and how we do it. And so, as San Diego Organizing Project, we believe that the very best way to narrow the gap is to prevent it from happening in the first place. And I know that all of you sitting up there, especially Superintendent Martin, shares that, that goal. So we're going to take a careful look at the actions and the services for all of our students, K through 12, but especially for those high-need students, preschool through kindergarten. And we want you to know that we consider summer school to be a necessary service for this population. So we feel that if we capture, if the LCAP can capture the data along the way for us, then we're going to know what works and what doesn't work, and we're going to be able to make changes very, very quickly. So we're going to hold you accountable, but we want you to know that you have partners who share the same goals that you do. Thank you.
Hello, Board. I'm Rene Zambrano from the Association of Raza Educators, and we've been part of this community process. And as a community organization that's deeply concerned with the issues, the educational issues of our community, and we also decided that we want to speak on the issue of empowerment as it relates to the document that was given to you guys and the local control funding formula. And so as we believe that in order for the SD, San Diego Unified School District, to create a model of local control and community empowerment, we must support and encourage existing site government structures and provide the resources needed to facilitate a deeper stakeholder engagement. And as those changes are taking place, we believe that the school site councils and the site governance teams, they should continue to play a critical role in the way that funding is trickled down to schools, local schools. We also think that it's really important that the investment in organizers that would work in our communities, school communities, to empower our local stakeholders. And we specifically are referring to parents in our communities, because I think that when this new local control funding formula first came out, and I was in attendance at that meeting with Dr. Shirley Weber, the first thing that came to mind was, what about the parents in certain communities, and what role will they have in the due process and equal access, and making sure that real, not just parent participation, but real meaningful parent engagement is taking place, and that the parents from specific communities are sitting at the table side by side with the decision makers and having real input as to the decisions and the monies that are being allocated. And so we believe that in order for a real shift to happen, and that the existing culture of the access to decision-making processes do change, that some things need to change. And as ADE in San Diego, we believe those things should happen. So thank you.
My name is Greg Robinson. I serve on the County Board of Education. And it's to us that you'll submit this LCAP. And I'm here to make a plea. You folks have produced a very good document, but we desperately need you to produce a great one for two major reasons.
That's right.
First, as we all know, we're kind of changing the tire on the car as it drives down the freeway. This is the first time it's being done, and there's a huge vacuum in terms of what is going to be acceptable criteria. You can help produce the guiding light for what is acceptable criteria, because we know that all districts have the kind of commitment that you folks do. We trust you. But we also desperately need you to show other schools which are not quite as trustworthy, who don't have the same commitment, that those monies go to the children they're supposed to. The second reason for this is kind of a personal one. When I first got elected to the board, staff gave a presentation on homelessness here in the county. There are 50,000 homeless children in the county of San Diego alone. And it's for those children that you need to produce that great document, so that other schools can use that as a guideline, so that our staff at the county can use it as a measuring tool to evaluate others. Those 50,000 children, the hundreds of thousands more in this community, and the millions more in the state desperately need for you to produce the greatest document you can. Please produce that. Take these recommendations into account. Thank you.
So thanks again for inviting us, Richard, to speak about our LCAP recommendations. Thank you also for listening to us. We look forward to working with you as this process continues, not just for the rest of this year, but also in year 2 and year 3. And we really hope that you respond to our comments and we can work together. And also, just as a final point of clarification, the organizations that have signed off on these recommendations are the ACLU of San Diego and Imperial Counties, Alliance San Diego, the San Diego Organizing Project, Educate for the Future, the San Diego Education Association, the San Diego Schools POA, and the Association of Raza Educators, along with several other parents and community members in San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. And again, I thank you for the indulgence for the board members for the time. But I think one of the key recommendations coming out of this group that I know the superintendent has been fighting for is that the template that the state asks us to respond to is inadequate for us to actually, lay out our vision and lay out our strategy. And so one of the things that we can definitely ask for community support is to work with us to push the CDE to allow us a little bit more freedom and flexibility in being able to tell our story in a way that the public can respond to. Thank you again for coming tonight. Yep.
Thank you. Trustee Evans?
Thank you, President Beiser. A couple of things. First of all, last weekend, I believe it was, or a week ago, I was able to attend the Reality Changers graduation. For those who don't know, it's a group that works with at-risk students and in terms of working on the college applications, but backing up all the way to earlier in high school and even middle school to get them prepared for the idea of going to college. Chris Yanov has done an amazing job in terms of the work. Millions and millions of dollars of scholarship money that the students in this program have earned. And it's to such a point that actually the ex-president of Mexico, Vicente Fox, came and was the speaker at the event, so that was very impressive too. Probably more impressive was a student who was homeless from the age of 6 to 16, living in various places with his mother in cars and elsewhere, got into the program in high school, and next month he is graduating from UCLA. So this is the type of thing that Reality Changers is doing. Also, last week I've always complained that high school starts too early for teenagers' biological clocks, so I decided to go to UC High School one morning in my neighborhood. They start at, what time does your school start? 7:15. Okay, you beat us. Okay, it was 7:24 in the morning, and I think that's still something we need to address in terms of why we have high school students starting early and elementary school students starting late when their biological clocks are very different. One of the things I did notice, even though these were great classes, that during that first period, almost every class we went into, the principal was nudging a student to, get their head off the desk, sound asleep. One of them was not Mr. Barnett's daughter, by the way.
I think she skipped school that day. I have to check. No.
Okay. So, but visiting the classes, it was just very amazing to see what's going on in another high school. There was a science class. The teacher had gotten a grant with an organization to replenish some of the native vegetation in Rose Canyon next to the high school, and the students gave amazing reports on what they had done there. Even during first period, the students, some of them were awake enough to be playing in the band. Met one student there. He had a very interesting scholarship. It's to pay for him to go through college and as far as he wants through graduate school up to a PhD. So we'll have to check in and find out how he got that particular scholarship. And finally, as Superintendent Martin mentioned, on June 2nd, which is next Monday from 5 to 8 p.m., there's going to be a cluster master planning informational open house, and these are going to be happening across the district. The Madison cluster has been working on this for quite a while, and rather than a meeting in which a few people get up and give testimony and everybody else listens, there's much more chance to interact. There are going to be different displays about what's going on in the cluster, and we'll talk about that a little bit more next week too. But it's really, the cluster has really come to a focus on making it a STEAM cluster: science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And really, it's a real community process with the teachers, community members, and everybody working together. And I hope a lot of people will be able to turn out, because this is going to be an example. In Claremont, about both in Claremont cluster and the Madison cluster, about 50% of the students who live there attend school somewhere else in the district rather than at home. And this is a very group of dedicated people who are really working to improve their schools and getting kids to come back home. And I think you'll see some of the results of that next
Where's
Monday.
it going to be?
Monday at Madison High School, 5 to 8 p.m., June 2nd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Foster.
I just have to say that my heart is really full because of the presentation that we received today from Porter and Knox Elementary School. And I really want to commend you, Trustee Barrera, for bringing the coalition of stakeholder groups that is working collaboratively with San Diego Unified. That's very significant in the LCAP process, and making sure that we address equity as intended. So, and then the only thing that I would add is that I had the opportunity to participate in the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly, where the May revise was number one topic of discussion. And I also want to commend you, Trustee Evans, because you've led this statewide coalition of the large urban districts that that is working together to bring a loud voice in terms of our budget, and the fact that we're really underfunded to be able to deliver education the way that we're supposed to. So we are really doing an exceptional job given our circumstances, and we need to do better, and that is the charge. And what I would share with you is just that, to kind of sum it all up, the May revise with the unfunded liability portion that was new conversation for us. It's really putting money in one hand in terms of the LCAP, the LCFF, and taking money from the other. So what is encouraging is that throughout the state, districts are making it known that this is unacceptable, and that we're going to have to delay that, and we're going to really have to make the priority discussion about truly funding education. With that, I attended that California School Board Assembly delegation, and also CCTE, as our superintendent mentioned, as well as a district advisory committee that presented our draft LCAP. And so I'm encouraged. Lots of work to do, as we know, but I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing.
Great. Thank you, Vice President Foster. On to student instructional matters. I think we're going to go through in a different order. Item E1, and then G2, and then back to E2, and then G1, and then E3. So I apologize for that, but it's at the superintendent's request. Item E1, Associated Student Body, ASB Interim President's Report, and Resolution designating October as Anti-Bullying Awareness Month. This is an action item being brought forward by Michaela Volk, ASB Council President. Michaela?
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is my last board meeting as ASB Council President, and what, as a council, we've been working on is our anti-bullying resolution, where we hope, where our council supported and adopted our own resolution, in that we designate October as Anti-Bullying Month, and each school throughout the district would pick a week or days that they can have their own activities, so that it's all cohesive. And Kira wrote the resolution along with help from Mr. Moises and Ms. Ward. And so we're asking that the board would adopt this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
I understand that you're required to attend our board meetings through all summer. You can't, yeah. We may have, is her diploma going to be ready in 10 days? We may have to, okay.
Okay, all right, please vote. That resolution passes unanimously for Anti-Bullying Awareness Month for all schools and students in San Diego Unified for the month of October. Thank you, Michaela, for your leadership. Thank you for bringing it forward and helping to write it. Okay, on to item G2 now. The resolution to improve outcomes for English language learners, Evans and Foster.
Okay, this resolution, Ms. Foster and I were with the staff at the Phoenix meeting of the LAP, which stands for Leadership Associates Program. Okay, sorry, I forgot that. Okay. And anyway, one of the discussions came up. We were talking about the whole issue of closing the achievement gap, and this is also related to the LCAP because really the superintendent has indicated that the three areas we need to really work on are K1 literacy, really closing the achievement gap early on in terms of reading ability, and then at the high school level looking at the graduation rate and so forth. But we have a problem right at the middle school, and we really wanted to bring forward this resolution to really highlight the problem because in terms of closing the achievement gap, it seems pretty obvious that we need to have all of our students who have other native languages to be proficient in English. And of course, this doesn't happen overnight, but we also have a problem with what we call long-term English language learners. And so this is a particular group that has been, they're put into that category if they have been in the district at least 6 years. They've been in the district at least 6 years, but have not yet been reclassified. Reclassified means basically they've reached a certain level of proficiency in English, so they're no longer classified as English language learners. I was always kind of taken aback when we would look at the standardized test scores, and it would say scores for math and for English language arts, and be broken down in different ethnic groups, also broken down in terms of English language learners. And it shouldn't have been any surprise that the English language learners were not scoring high on the English language arts score. And so for us to improve the outcomes for our students, and I don't have the resolution right in front of me, but it's approximately 6,000 to 7,000 students at the middle school level particularly that have not yet been reclassified. And so the whole point is we want to make a concerted effort in the coming year to really focus on this one specific group of students. I know it was mentioned earlier about what is being done, what steps are being taken to specifically close the achievement gap in a very measurable way. I mean, we can have very specific, concrete results. This number of students have been reclassified as being proficient in English and then able to continue on in their studies. So this is basically why we bring forth this resolution, really for the board to be fully supportive of the staff in terms of this emphasis in the coming year. Ms. Foster has the resolution in front of her if she wants to make any comments.
I think just to kind of expand on what you were saying, there's 6,462 long-term English language learners that struggle academically. And what you should know is that there is a description that kind of describes the long-term English language learner. And they have distinct language development issues, are high functioning in social situations, but have gaps in academic content knowledge and lack academic language. And they may lack motivation and self-confidence and may be compliant and passive in learning situations. And this is particularly important because we are training students, as you saw with Porter, elementary school students earlier, to have a voice. and to be fully engaged in their learning. And we have more than 6,000 that are not on track with that. And so that is very addressing the needs of this group, by the way, who also describe some native speakers that also struggle. The strategies that are very effective will help inform us and improve the learning of all students. And so I think that's significant. And what I would also say is that when we're talking about opportunity, access, and equity, this resolution and the leadership displayed here is significant, in addressing that. So that's what I would add.
Are you going to read the resolution?
Oh, I can. My pleasure. Okay. So.
And I actually want to present it here. Where's
here we go.
Let's go ahead and have Trustee Vice President Foster.
Whereas the district has an enrollment of 132,787 students, of which 29,110 are identified as English language learners and 6,462 are identified as long-term English language learners, and whereas these 6,462 long-term English language learners struggle, as I mentioned before, academically, have distinct language development issues, are high functioning in social situations, have gaps in academic content knowledge, and lack academic language, may lack motivation and self-confidence, and may be compliant and passive in learning situations, and whereas the publication of Reparable Harm, prepared by Dr. Lori Olson, implores districts to be knowledgeable about the diversity of the English language learner enrollment, and understand the implications of that diversity for program design, program implementation, and instructional practices. And whereas strategies to address and prevent students from becoming long-term English language learners are also supportive of native English speakers who struggle with academic language, thereby supporting the efforts to close the achievement gap for all. And whereas decreasing the number of long-term English language learners will be a significant benefit to San Diegans by increasing workplace productivity, saving costs through reduced turnover, restoring work-family balance, boosting income for tens of thousands San Diego families, and reducing health care costs. And whereas the percentage of district students reclassified to English proficient has remained at approximately 10% from 2009-2010 to 2012-2013, and whereas the percentage of students being reclassified on an annual basis at the individual school site level ranges from 4% to 20% or more, and whereas schools will support, monitor achievement of long-term English language learners, and establish yearly progress targets for reclassification. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Diego Unified School District is committed to improving outcomes for English language learners as a district strategy to close the achievement gap.
All right.
Thank you.
I will move it, and then you can second.
Okay, any board member comments or questions? Trustee Barrera?
Yeah, I thank Trustees Evans and Foster for bringing this forward, and I just wanted to ask the superintendent to give a brief comment on the resolution. Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, the reason why this was moved before my next item is my whole next item is all comment about that. But I wanted the resolution to go first. So you're going to get maybe more than a comment. But I will say that the leadership, to be able to, at the Panasonic Foundation Leadership Associates Program Retreat, when we brought full staff and the trustees were with us, to be able to have the conversation and then show your leadership to bring this resolution forward. We very much appreciate the support and the attention for very much of a silent population, and I'm not sure who the advocates are that are speaking up for our long-term English learners and students that have been reclassified, so I appreciate your leadership and your voice on behalf of these students.
And I just wanted to make one additional comment, because we can talk about the problem of long-term English language learners, but this is a really rich contribution we have to our district. We have so many different languages coming to our district. One of the goals we have set for all the students who graduate from high school is to be able to communicate in at least 2 languages. So we will be partly achieving that by having them proficient in English, and the other part will be achieved by having all of our native English speakers proficient in other languages.
Great. Please vote. That motion carries unanimously 5-0.
All right.
On to item E2, Vision 2020 update on quality school in every neighborhood, quality schools indicator, closing the achievement gap status update. Superintendent Cindy Martin.
Thank you. So this is exactly what I was referring to, that regularly I give updates on our Vision 2020 strategies and each of the 12 indicators. And one of the indicators I've already given updates on is the closing the achievement gap, but I'm circling back to closing the achievement gap right now, because the last time I spoke about it, I talked about some of the strategies, how we're integrating the recommendations from the AAAE and the recommendations from the Harvard study and some of the policies and practices and programs that we're putting in place. The last time I talked about closing the achievement gap, and I wanted to talk about the sister strategy that is equally important, that we will not be successful in closing the achievement gap, one of our indicators, unless we have a lens on long-term English learners. That long-term English learners and a focus on our long-term English learners is something that we need to do systemically, strategically, systematically across our district. And so the resolution leads up to that, and my monthly update on Vision 2020 is focusing specifically on this indicator of closing the achievement gap with the focus on long-term English learners. And what I'll do is define the characteristics, which actually happened in the resolution. This is intended to essentially, I always talk about data is not a hammer, but a flashlight. And the flashlight shows us where to look and what strategies are working and which strategies are not working. And we're needing to pay attention to the research and be data-driven about it. And I want there to not even be a flashlight on this. I think we need a floodlight. I think we really need to use the data that we have to pay close attention. We just saw recently, 130,000 students in our district, 29,000 of them designated as English learners, and the Public Policy Institute of California on May 7, 2014 released a report that you may have seen. It's called Pathways to Fluency, Examining the Link Between Language Reclassification Policies and Student Success. And this was a joint report with Sandera and Public Policy Institute of California. And the key findings said something that we already know, but to have data there saying that students who are reclassified as proficient in English by the end of 5th grade perform as well or better academically than native English speakers. We know that as practitioners. We can probably sense that. Now we have data that proves that. And so this idea of how do we reclassify before 5th grade, what does that need to look like? What kinds of systems, policies, practices do we have in place is part of the focus of how we will close the achievement gap with the focus on long-term English learners. So defining it, who is a long-term English learner enrolled in any grade between 6 through 12 inclusive, enrolled in schools in U.S. more than 6 years. They remain at the same English level proficiency level for 2 or more consecutive years on the CELT, and their scoring is far below basic on CST. That's the data profile of a long-term English learner. But then more than the data profile, because the numbers can only tell part of the story. We know these students because they characterize themselves in that they're struggling academically. They have very distinct language issues. A great characteristic is that they're high functioning in social situations. So we might not even notice that they're having a difficult time because they're getting along with their peers. They can use social language, high functioning there, but the academic language isn't there, which then leads to the gaps in their literacy knowledge and their content knowledge, and they learn to be passive in class. They're not passive necessarily in social settings, but in class they're passive. And when we talk about our goal is not a data goal. Data for us is always a byproduct. The product is what I always say, actively literate, contributing, participating member of society who makes a positive difference in the world. Our students who don't get reclassified on time, who are long-term English learners for many years, are not going to be able to be that actively literate, contributing, participating member of society who makes a positive difference in the world, because their ability to communicate either orally or in writing, using the language of power, the language of agency, the language to make a difference, is compromised, whether it's spelling and grammatical skills, whether it's speaking skills. Their ability to change and make a difference in the world is compromised because of their ability to communicate effectively, and then we'll not be reaching our goals. So we look to research by Dr. Lori Olson. We look at reparable harm in her publication, pointing out the survey data from 40 districts, collecting, back in 2009 and 10, over 175,000 students. It was really a call to action, and San Diego Unified is a district that is answering that call to action by paying attention to these long-term English learners and looking at our R30 data, looking at what happens when we disaggregate that data by grade level. You can see the problem here that we have a total of 6,462 long-term English learners. We can just say there are the numbers. What are our strategies and what are we going to do about that? We disaggregate further using the floodlight. I can get this to change slides. There it is. Our current long-term English learners, you can see in 6th and 7th grade we have a bubble, and then in 9th grade again it's up a bubble, and we're looking at, when we looked at Dr. Olson's research, and by the way, I guess I should give the background. Remember when we had the Harvard study looking at our 5 problems of practice? The frame around this whole presentation and the work at the lab conference and the resolution that came from that, and identifying long-term English learners as the strategy, key strategy to close the achievement gap. We took the Harvard study, we took the look at the LAP conference, we looked at our reclassification data, our Title III accountability data, we looked at reparable harm, we looked at student observations, and we came up with what our strategies are going to be. But when we see a bubble like this, we have to say, what are we going to do about it? And Dr. Olson's research identified the reasons why this happens. You can see specifically, if we don't reclassify by 5th grade, look what happens in middle school. That's where the numbers are coming from. And some of the reasons why this happens, we know that it's because students are not receiving language development programs at all. If they're not receiving language development programs, that's going to contribute to the problem. We know that they're given elementary school curriculum and materials that weren't designed to meet the English learner needs. We know that they are enrolled in weak language development program models or poorly implemented English learner programs. We can see that there's a history from the research of inconsistent programming. Are we consistent and systematic across the district? Because if the program offerings aren't systematic, consistent, we're going to see data like this. The research also shows that there's social segregation and there's linguistic isolation, and that students have partial access to a full curriculum because they've been identified as an English learner and they haven't been reclassified in time. And these research findings create a mounting problem that we need to address, and identifying why it happens is only part of the problem. We now have to address it. So as we continue, you guys changing it for me? It's like a magic wand. Besides the long-term English learners that we've already identified, we also know that there's students at risk of becoming long-term English learners. So if we can get that flashlight on them sooner and not wait until we have 6,000 in middle school who are already behind, what is happening in the elementary school? So we can look at the definitions of who are the students at risk for becoming long-term English learners, and let's catch them earlier, and let's make sure that we're identifying them early enough to be able to do prevention instead of remediation when it's too late. So these are characteristics of kids at risk. They're enrolled in grades 5 through 11. They're enrolled in schools less than 4 years. Their scores are intermediate on the CELT, and they're in their 4th year, far below or below basic on English language arts and CST. Those are some data indicators, and you need those early warning systems in place. That also came from the Harvard study, making sure we have the early warning systems to be able to identify them soon enough to be able to do something. So then we further have data. I think this isn't working, so who's ever doing it for me, I appreciate that. This is our, is it slide 8? This students at risk for becoming long-term English learners. That's that data. So now we have the ones who already are, and then we have the data for those who are at risk for becoming long-term English learners at the elementary level. Then we're looking at the San Diego Unified slide 9 reclassification data. You can see that over the last 4 years we've flatlined. and we need to be able to do something about that. So now we're looking forward to what are our solutions. And on slide 10, what are we going to be doing going forward, taking the recommendations from the Harvard study, from Reputable Harm Report, looking at our student observations, and then coming together. The instructional cabinet then met in a series of meetings to look at all of this data to say what are our responses, what are the research-based approaches that we're going to be able to do to replicate what's working. We've actually solved the problem for some kids, and we have some solutions already in place. This is an example of a best practice, the ALD program in middle school and high school. In 2012-13, it was at 10 sites. We've now expanded it to 29 sites, and this is one of the approaches. It's designed to build the academic language, critical thinking, critical writing skills, the scholarly habits, because when Trustee Foster read the resolution, we're talking about characteristics of these students who aren't engaged. So the ALD program gets into, it's not just drilling and teaching how to speak English. It's how to be engaged, critical writing, critical thinking, becoming scholarly. This program also has a high level of language development, elective courses they take concurrently with grade level ELA courses. We don't want these students to be not allowed to take the elective courses. How do we have concurrent enrollment? The pilot results of this program are showing that we have significant growth in academic language and in analytical writing. We don't just look for language growing, we're looking for their ability to critically think and have analytical writing. So we're targeting students enrolled 5 years or more, performing below basic on ELA and standards-based assessments, and we're looking at the CELT level. So the data kind of is helping us select the students for this program, and we're looking at expansion now to 29 sites. The next slide goes over what I've already said. Slide 11, this was the process that we used to study long-term English learners. We didn't just look at some data and come up with an answer. This was a comprehensive process over the last several months in preparing for our approaches next year for this particular strategy for closing the achievement gap. Slide 12, you can see that what we're doing now in going forward, taking all of these recommendations, the work from the lab conference, the work from instructional cabinet, the recommendations from the Harvard study, our strategies moving forward. And by the way, the next presentation is going to be from our DLAC. Our DLAC also has recommendations for us, so we're incorporating the DLAC input into our input and coming up with a very strong approach and strategic work next year. So we'll be working on redefining the work of our English learner support teachers. We have an army of English learner support teachers that are prepared and ready to take this work on. We want to make sure their work is very clearly defined using the data and the points from this resolution, so that we can increase the focus on teacher practice, ELD and ALD in all subject areas, and make sure that we're strategically using the support of our ELST teachers and focusing their efforts to be aligned. It's not a separate program. It's aligned to Common Core curriculum and the rest of the instructional strategies. We're working to develop our classroom environments so that they're visually supportive, providing tools for independence, supporting language development. We'll be explicitly teaching the scholarly behaviors and the confidence building strategies, because we talked about these students being passive, and the passive nature of an long-term English learner is something that holds them back. So we can't just tell them be an active learner. We actually actively teach how to practice scholarly behavior. How do you step into a classroom and be part of a conversation when language is something that's more difficult for you? So we'll be working on explicitly teaching this. Then we'll work on the school and classroom QTEL support within the current cohorts provided by the OLA resource teachers. Continuing on to the next slide. More of our strategies is we want to be sure that we're going to develop the district goal for reclassification. Like I said, we're putting not a flashlight but a spotlight on it. We need to call out a goal. What is our goal at the district, at the site level, at the cluster level for reclassification? Do we have clear guidelines to monitor the progress of our English learners? And can we plan instruction during our ILTs and our PLCs with the focus on English learners, that we're putting clear strategies in place? Do we have a clear student observation protocol that all educators can use, our ELSTs can support in that? Where is student voice in this? This was something that we felt was very important, that we as adults can come up with all kinds of ideas about what to do, but we want to hear the student's voice. What does it feel like when you're silent? One of the Harvard students followed our student, I think you may have seen that in their presentation, following a student identified as a long-term English learner and noticing that in a course of a day, they had a chance to speak one time, and it was one sentence. We know that you learn language by using language. And if you're not using language and you're not practicing in it and you're not trying it on, you're not going to grow. And so we're incorporating one of our key strategies is student voice with interviews, conferences, having the students set goals about what it's like and what can we do to better support their ability to contribute and use language in our classrooms. Then we'll also be organizing an English learner network of schools that has a high concentration of long-term English learners. Where there's a concentrated need, we're going to put concentrated support. In this English learner network of schools, we know we can put these research-based strategies in place and have the incubation period where we can actually look at it and then bring the schools where there's less of a concentration to come in and learn where we're learning the strategies. But we've identified where the highest concentration is of those numbers, that are the 6,000 that are already, the 2,000 that are at risk. Let's put this into a network and let's pay attention to it. Continuing on, we'll also make sure that we have our data-driven strategic placement of long-term English learners. Instead of just sprinkling them everywhere, let's use data to decide where we'll be placing them, make sure they're with highly effective teachers skilled in addressing the needs of our long-term English learners. We will expand our ALD classes at middle school and high school, and we want to make sure that we'll ensure that our long-term English learners have access through the A through not just access to A through G, but they meet the A through G requirements. So these strategies are the strategies that we've put in place moving forward. And the next board item is to listen to the DLAC and then taking all of this to build our comprehensive approach to this as one of the key strategies to close the achievement gap.
Thank you, Superintendent Martin, for that information report.
Mr. President, I just had one comment and one question.
Trustee Barnett?
There was on talking about the total number of students enrolled, I don't have page numbers on my...
Page 6.
Okay, and the total number of English learners. Number one, I come out with about 22%
That's right.
of English learners, just for what it's worth, the website says we have 26.5%, our district website, but it comes back to the whole issues of, we throw out a lot of data in this business and a lot of numbers, and having consistency in that is helpful. But the other issue I was wondering to come back on is obviously the total enrollment, I assume that includes charters, and some charters probably are doing a better job than we are with English learners, and some probably aren't doing as good of a job. So 50 some odd charters. So the question is, if there's, I don't know how many charter students we have, 18,000 or something, how do we incorporate our strategies into what they're doing or possibly learn from them? And is that included, I assume they are included in this data as well, of the total numbers. So that was just the only question, I think, because obviously we don't control charters, but they're all our public students, and sometimes they go back and forth from charters to traditional public schools as well.
Right. I think that's consistent with this board's approach to working with our charter schools as the innovation areas or innovation sandboxes that we learn from each other. So there's some strategies that we have that charters don't have, and vice versa. We have that desire to have that type of relationship across all curriculum areas, not just English learners, but calling it out here. Is there a concentration in this English learner network of schools? Do we have a charter school that maybe has the same kind of concentration that we should be able to learn from? If they've figured something out that we haven't, make sure the data is disaggregated in a way that we can learn from each other. That's consistent with how we want to be working with our charters that can innovate.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members' comments? Okay. On to item G1, the District English Learners Advisory Committee DLAC semi-annual update to the board. DLAC Chair, Valentina Hernandez.
Who has a clicker?
But the battery might be dead in here.
Yeah, we don't know if the battery's working on the clicker.
My assistants, my beautiful assistants. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, my name is again Valentina Hernandez. I'm the chairperson, and this is my last term as the chairperson for the DLAC, because I already did 4 years, and I did another 4 years as secretary, and I'll be running for vice chair. I wanted secretary also just in case, but I can't. So anyways, I just want to show really quick that the reader has la loteria, the lottery. I got a whole bunch when I went to school in the park with Wilson, and it turns out it had nothing to do with the loteria. But that's a way to grab people's attention that this is a Mexican game that all Mexican children love, and all of you need to learn so that way you know some Spanish. So anyways, going back to the report. A ver, we're going to go ahead and start. The DLEC strongly supports, and thank you, board, for what you just did. The resolution was excellent. I love it. Usually you bring the resolution here and present it to somebody, and it didn't happen, but that would have been nice. And thank you, Cindy Martin, for bringing that point also, the importance of long-term English learners and doing something about it. So we really appreciate the whole board and the whole school district working together to see what we could do together to make a difference for long-term English learners and all students as a whole. Okay, the district board strongly supports the Board of Education's goal of creating a quality school in every neighborhood, so that way all students are successful. In order to do so, we must address the needs of English learner students at all proficiency levels from the very moment they enter the district. So whether it's preschool or kinder or 5th or 6th grade or whatever grade they come in, we need to address their needs. Essential instruction for English learners, for long-term English learners and English learners. English learners must have 30 to 45, if possible, 1 hour of dedicated, protected English language development instruction every single day, so that way they could practice learning academic language and also have the frames, the sentence frames up all day, so that way they could use them throughout the day in whatever curriculum that they are doing. For example, I like this and that because of this and that in math and science, or in English, or in whatever subject. But that way they have the frame, so that way they could plug in whatever terminology, and that helps them. Academic language development instruction throughout the day in all content areas, because they need it in all areas, not only in English. This is a basic core instruction for English language learners. We ask that provisions of this basic service become standard practice at all district schools, and that they do a good job, and they have quality instruction in the area. And not that they just say, oh, we're doing it, and they're really not doing it. So you got to spot check them and make sure that they are doing it. Okay, LCFF supplemental funds. Every school in the district enrolls English learners. And as a result, there's going to be this extra money that is going to be generated for the English learners, for the LCFF. Educational equity, bringing back equity, what you mentioned, recognizes that students who are not yet proficient in English are at a larger disadvantage than their fluent English language counterparts. But later, like you said in the evidence, those English learners that get quality instruction and get reclassified early, such as all my kids, I have one that was IFEP in kindergarten, which I didn't even know until we got an ELST in our school, because my other two were English learners, but my first one was not, because she got instructed at home from my husband very strongly in Spanish and very strongly in English from me, and actually from both of us. So that makes a big difference, and students really advance. And right now, all three of my children are gifted and talented. Right now, I have one of my students at Hoover getting an award, and I cannot be there because I'm here. Okay? It's okay, because he already knows that I know that he's doing well. And he's a 4.0 student as well. And he was in school in the PARK program at Hamilton, and he got a 600 in his science CSTs in 5th grade. So we need to bring back school in the park to Hamilton, because our kids are suffering because of that. We need it back. DLEC's position on the LCFF funds should be used specifically for English language learners to supplement their instruction. An area of need for long-term English learners is the next one. In order to have a quality school in every neighborhood, the district must address the needs of long-term English learners, which is what you were mentioning, at the middle school and high school level, which is exactly what you just did in the resolution, and must prevent the creation of more long-term English learners at the elementary level. That's why it's crucial that we have bilingual and dual language programs more at the elementary level in preschool. Children come in with a different language, whether it's Laotian, Vietnamese, Spanish. They come in with a knowledge. And I myself was a long-term English learner probably back then in the old days when there was no bilingual instruction. And look at me now, I'm a Harvard graduate and I'm an instructor here for San Diego Unified. And thank you for that. But the children are in the long-term English learner phase because they are trying to understand what English is. That doesn't mean that they're dumb and they don't know what they're talking about and that they don't have a brain and that at home they don't know anything. No, it just means that they don't understand English and that they cannot communicate. They are in the silent stage. But once they start making the cognitive connections in the brain, they outperform. The evidence is there in the research. They outperform monolingual English-only students. And they are quality students. Once you get reclassified, they are model students, and you wish all the students were like that. The ones that put effort, but not the ones that get discouraged. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, promising practices for academic language development. And this one, only certain schools have this, and you just mentioned it. But I want to know, how were those schools selected, and why were none of the schools in Hoover Cluster selected? I am very mad about that. That is terribly wrong. Hoover Cluster is in the heart of the barrio, of the community, full of the largest number of English language learners, and you guys failed to include it in that area? I just have no idea why. So something needs to be questioned there, and it has to change drastically, and they need to be provided that kind of instruction to all our Hoover Cluster schools, our 13, 14 schools, including Euclid. Okay, don't get me mad now. Okay, an elective course that focuses on specific skills and strategies designed to jumpstart the language development of long-term English learners, grades 6 through 12. And some of those schools, in the next page I'll tell you how many, but some of those schools are Lincoln, Crawford, Claremont High School, Henry High School, CPMA, San Diego High School, Golden Hills, Perkins, Logan, Bethune, DePortola, and Sarah. And you have a list that was included for you. But those schools were selected. Why were those schools selected and why weren't others? That's questionable. Okay, but let's move on. These students have their dedicated instructional curriculum and materials. Why couldn't we have provided it to other schools? I just don't get it, even though it's a pilot. Who selected that pilot? Who's behind it? I want a report on that. I want it to be given to DLAC so I can review it. Long-term English learners engage in daily discussions, debate, reading, writing about issues that are relevant to their lives. Of course that makes sense that they're going to improve their language if it has meaning to their life. Make learning meaningful. And that's why students love when I teach them, when I go to San Diego Unified Schools, they love it because I make learning meaningful. And I make them work. Long-term English learners learn the skills to tackle reading and writing demands of the Common Core standards. So that's essential because they're going to need that when they start taking the Common Core standard tests. Because if they don't know how to do that, then they will fall behind and they will prove that they're doing bad. And again, that we're below basic. And again, that we continue being a program improvement district, which that needs to change immediately. Teachers receive dedicated training to address the social, emotional, and instructional issues facing long-term English learners. It is crucial that teachers get that instruction and that they know how to deal with diverse students, and that we hire more diverse staff, including myself, to teach in our district schools as full-time teachers and not just as a substitute where you get paid a little bit and you still do the same hard work. Well, not as much because you don't have to do everything. Okay, currently the academic language development courses are only available, and I'll repeat, only available in 36 schools. They go in 36 sections of only 28 schools. solamente en 36 secciones de 28 escuelas. ¿Por qué? Why is that? And as I said, Hoover Cluster was excluded, which I have a problem with that. And maybe the cluster also. Okay, we provide a handout, which is this page. And it's not on there? I don't know if it should have been included in there, so that way everybody could see it. There are, in the following areas, of the district areas, area 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, District 5 is in there, Marino, but not Hoover. Okay, and 6. There's a list of all the schools right there. Okay. Okay, DLAC strongly supports expanding those courses to more schools, if possible, to all schools that serve long-term English learners. Next slide. Okay. A promising practice, ELST, English Language Support Teachers program. That has been an excellent program because teachers are trained to help students be reclassified. Students that are stuck and that are long-term English learners can get the extra support from English language support teachers that know them, that know how they're doing, that they're evaluating how they did on the CELT at the beginning of the year. They have a record, they go back, and they see where they need more help. Instead of letting the students get stuck in intermediate for years, which is the problem that has been happening. And just bringing up your point, even students that were born here, especially African Americans that use Ebonics, they also need that support because they're using their Ebonics and not necessarily the standard academic language. So don't exclude those students. They need help too. Okay. Provide supplemental ELD instruction for targeted EL students, for all targeted EL students. Work side by side with teachers to help improve their instructional practices. Assist with EL-related professional development. Also, it's not included in here, but I'm just thinking about it. Educate parents, all parents of English learners, of what they could do at home, what they could do at the store, what they could do when they're driving, what they could do when they're on the bus to help the students get more English language development. Even if it's looking at the license plates, is it from California? Is it from Arizona? Is it from Chicago? Where are they from? Constantly be talking to them. Looking at the signs in the, stores, McDonald's, etc. What symbols represent language? So that way they could have something to write about and talk about and be knowledgeable about. Assist with EL-related professional development. Create and maintain site ELACs. Stop delegating to the SSC. All schools that have English learners of 20 or more should have ELACs, and they need to go to DLAC. DLAC is a District English Language Advisory Committee, of which I have been serving for 8 years, where we provide them with the knowledge that they need so that they could assist their child, so that way they could be reclassified sooner. Okay? Keep EL parents in the know-how, there it is. When it comes to English language progress, how are the students doing? Don't assume the parents know. They need to be told ahead of time if a student is falling behind, if a student is failing their classes. They need to be called by teachers. Teachers need to make the effort of calling every single student that is failing. It is not acceptable. Even my child that was not an EL student, that was an IFEP in kindergarten, flunked some classes. Why? Because she got lazy. And then I didn't get called by the teachers letting me know ahead of time so I could get on her. Now she's improving. Okay, so that's what parents are there for, to get on them, so that way they could put more effort. Okay, so monitor their progress and supporting ELs at home. DLAC proposes that a significant percentage of LCFF funds be held centrally and that they be used for additional ELSTs, English Language Support Teachers. DLAC strongly supports having a full-time ELST at schools with 200 or more ELs, English Language Learners, and at least a half-time ELST for schools that have less than 200. For me, I say all schools need ELs, ELSTs, English Language Support Teachers, because that's how important they are to our district. And we also need PALs. We need the parent liaisons back, not the one that you have for the area superintendent, no, because I'm not too happy with one of those. But anyways, we need the PALs that we used to have. Hamilton got rid of it, our pal, which was excellent, Carolina Hernandez. Once they got rid of her because of funding, the support from parents, the participation from parents went downhill, everything went downhill, our scores went downhill, everything went downhill. We need the PALs back. Some people might think they're not important. Well, parents think they are important, so bring them back. Thank you. Y gracias en muchas idiomas. Thank you in many languages. Adios. Amigos.
Thank you very much.
And you could have your control back.
Board member questions or comments? Trustee Barrera?
Yeah, thank you, Valentina, and thank you to the DLAC for preparing that report. I just wanted to follow up on Valentina's question about both the Hoover cluster, and I noticed that at San Diego High School, it's only business leads that has 2 sections, and I'm wondering if there's plans to get an ALD section going at Wilson Clark and Hoover in the Hoover cluster, and then additional sections at San Diego High.
That's right.
Mary Waldron will answer that question. She's our director of the OLA office.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're completing the second year of implementation of the ALD course. It is an elective course. So 2 years ago, when we had just designed the course, information was sent out to all of the schools, and so the invitation was extended, and schools were highly encouraged to pilot that first year. The reason that we have an increase this year from, we basically tripled the number of schools this year, is that about a year ago in the spring, I personally contacted all of the principals of the schools with the high numbers of long-term English learners. I sent them their data that just, as our superintendent was saying earlier, we access the data that we have. So I sent them the data. Again, I sent them the information on the ALD course, and I highly encouraged each one of the principals to take on the ALD course. And so at that time, we had a very positive response, and as I say, it's why we're actually able to pretty much triple the number of schools that are implementing the ALD course this year. I, again, have been working with principals at some of these key sites that still, for one reason or another, have not been able to put that course in place. The OLA staff has also been working very proactively with some of these key sites. I'm not sure the list that you received that's showing you the schools that currently have it. Does that list also show you the schools that will be added next year? So I know that we have 5 or 6 additional school sites that will be adding ALD. I don't think so. I can provide you that information. I really want to express my appreciation and gratitude for the resolution that you passed earlier this afternoon in support of the long-term English learners, and for Superintendent Martin's efforts to, as she say, I really like that metaphor, to put the floodlight on this particular group of students. So I think that now that you have expressed your interest and your support and your concern and are making it very clear that this is a priority, I'm sure that some of those key schools that still have not, again, for one reason or another, been able to implement ALD will really understand the importance and the urgency to put that in place. So I just want to make it clear that it was never an exclusion from the beginning. As you know, master schedule at the secondary site can be quite challenging. So there have been a number of reasons for why some of those key schools have not put ALD in place, but I expect that now that it is a district goal, that will
shortly fall into place.
And if we were to expand the sections into, for instance, the Hoover cluster into San Diego High, are we too late to do this for next year, or is it something that we can put into place?
No, it's absolutely not too late. As I said, I've been reaching out to key principals. The OLA secondary resource staff has also been working with some of these key sites. So it's absolutely not too late. We can certainly add as many schools as are necessary to fill that out for next year.
And I appreciate the effort that you've been making to expand the sections, and I would just, as a board member, express my desire to see the expansion into the Hoover cluster.
Well, and what's happening is you can see Mary's been a champion of this and going out there beating the bushes, and when we talk about our schools doing well in spite of the district versus because of the district, and this is very consistent with our approach and our philosophy around how to grow. We're not going to just come up with an ALD class and mandate everybody go and do it before we know if it works. So in this piloting stage, so we did 9 schools, we're expanding it, we've tweaked, we've learned what worked, what didn't work, we brought more coalitions together around it, we brought more eyes on it. So now when other schools are looking for solutions, we have an example that we've grown in a small kind of incubator, and we can grow so schools that weren't able to, for whatever reason, it's consistent with our theory of action and how we grow and how we expand, and it's never too late, but we want to have something that we know works. And so you don't have to be the one doing this by yourself anymore. You've got the whole board behind you. You've got the superintendent. We've got the floodlight, and to our schools and our teachers and our principals that want support for how to do this, we have some solutions, and we're here to support that. So it's a collective effort.
And the growth is going from 10 to 23, 28?
29 this year, so
Okay.
it pretty
From
much
how
tripled.
many last year?
10 schools.
10, okay, 10 to 29. So that's huge growth.
Right.
Okay. And then maybe from there we can continue that trend, depending
Yes.
upon the needs of the kids.
Yes, and also I'd like to share with you that, again, we're in the process of putting together all of the data from all of the schools that participated in the pilot the second year. We'll be taking that to the ICC, I believe sometime in June. So I'd be very happy to report back to all of you a little bit later, just so that you have an update on that particular course and the success that students have been experiencing through that course.
What were those 5 to 6 other schools that are not included in the list?
I don't want to misspeak, Valentina, but I can make that information available to the board and certainly to DLAC.
Thank you very much. Any Trustee Barnett?
A couple of things. Just first, a general comment. There's been a lot of discussion tonight about the LCFF and additional funding, and clearly the state legislation directs districts to focus LCFF funds to economically disadvantaged students, English learners, and foster children. But people should realize there's not a big gravy train coming in next year of a lot of new money. I mean, 93% of our money already goes to the people who do the work, the employees in the district. There isn't going to be tens of millions of dollars of new money next year that we're going to be able to apply in addition to where we're already spending the money. It's just not there. I mean, in our own budget on top of that with our $100+ million shortfall. So I don't want people to be misinformed as to what there will be. Hopefully in out years, although the state is now requiring us to start paying our ethical and legal obligations for teacher pensions, which is a $300 billion shortfall, and it could cost us several $1 million just next year alone. So I think we all need to keep our expectations realistic financially for this year. On this specific issue, and I want to just broaden the discussion a little bit into the great work DLAC's doing into the whole issue of cultural proficiency. And I know Dr. Ochoa and others whom I met with recently they've been pursuing the cultural proficiency task force, and the issue of beyond just English learner issues of learning English are the broader issues that we all want to bring into our education, and making sure educators are properly trained on a variety of cultural proficiency issues to meet the various needs of our very diverse student body in the district. Ultimately, that comes down to the educator who's in front of the classroom, and we have thousands of excellent educators, but we also every year will be hiring new educators. People will be retiring, and I think as part of this discussion we should make sure that when we are hiring new educators that we look at the possibility of increasing our own requirements, and I've talked to Dr. Ochoa about this, beyond what the state requires, to make sure before people come to work at this district that they understand our own cultural issues that maybe are not discussed effectively in a state certificate, or because this district, like all, are different. Every neighborhood is a different community and has different issues. So if a brand new teacher from whether it's San Diego State or whether it's from Iowa State is going to come here and to teach, we need to make sure, ideally, there should be a system where we prioritize bilingual teachers first. And I mean, it's hard enough to teach, to go in a classroom if maybe 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 as you move southeast, 80% or 90% of your kids don't speak English. If you aren't bilingual, I'm sure that's an additional handicap. And also make sure we might have our own cultural proficiency test or review or process on top of what the state's required, so when these educators and principals come in, they understand the nuances of the issues. So I'm hoping that these things are not going to be, and I don't think they will be, siloed, that here we have English learners and we're dealing about making sure they learn English, but we have these other initiatives as well, and that they be blended together in a way to leverage the dollars and the resources in that way. So I just think, and I know Dr. Ochoa and his task force are going to be coming back. I think that may even be on our agenda coming up soon. So I'm hoping we can consider that as part of the discussion.
I just would like to say that I'm, again, very encouraged at what you're sharing, Trustee Barnett, particularly because that, what you've just described, is the exact conversation that we've been having with Dr. Ochoa and several other leaders with our colleges as well as within the district as a part of our teacher pipeline task force. So, I mean, we are actually working, co-creating, the conditions where our current teachers and new teachers will benefit. So, I mean, I'm really encouraged by that, because that's exactly what we're discussing and addressing in that task force.
Thank you. I want to thank all the parents on the DLAC and everybody for all their work, and what a great presentation. Thank you very much. This was an information report. Any other board member comments or questions? Okay, on to item E3, the ratification of an agreement for Turnaround Arts at Burbank Elementary School to participate in an arts-assisted school improvement program. Superintendent Cindy Martin.
Thank you. I'd like to invite the principal from Burbank, Rachel Messineo, to come up here and join us with staff. Thank you, Rachel.
Did you bring us M&Ms from the president when you're at the White House? Because I know he gives them out to visitors.
Rachel, you can actually come up here for staff and just sit next to the student, if that'll work for you. This is to ratify an agreement, actually, with the Turnaround Arts Program of California. And it happened rather suddenly, actually, in April. Burbank was notified of their eligibility by the County Office of Education to apply for this Turnaround Arts Program. And I want to commend your leadership as a principal of Burbank in being able to put together our response and our approach to apply for this grant. And I want the board to understand what a tremendous honor this is, but more importantly, why this means so much to our district in terms of highlighting how do we Turnaround, which is the name of the program, Turnaround Arts. How do we turn around underperforming or struggling schools with arts as a central focus and not as a side note or as an add-on or an afterthought, but an integral part to helping students who struggle? And as principal of Central, it was something that was very important to me in the last 10 years at my previous school with 85% English learners. Having our partnership at Central, we chose to partner with Young Audiences, putting an arts program in place, the dance program, as a key strategy for eliminating the long-term English learner problem and some of the things that worked in an integrated way with the curriculum. And I'm just so impressed and proud of Rachel and your work in carrying work like that forward at Burbank. And I think that there's clearly a national spotlight on this. And we had the opportunity, we were invited by First Lady Michelle Obama to the White House to be one of 10 schools in the state of California to receive this grant. We'll be partnering with an artist, and Rachel's going to give more details around it, but I'm so impressed with this is a principal who didn't just take the opportunity and say, okay, well, there's a grant. She really thoughtfully figured out how to make this part of the instructional vision and focus of Burbank, and I'd like her to speak about our experience at the White House and what this means for the students at Burbank.
Sure. So I'd like to formally introduce myself. My name is Rachel Mastinio, the proud principal of Burbank Elementary School, and I'm delighted to be here tonight to share the Burbank story as well as share information with you on the Turnaround Arts Education Grant. I first want to also say I appreciate you opening up the meeting tonight with the student presentations. Students from Porter and Knox serve as great reminders as to why we do what we do. And for me personally, I have 420 reasons that remind me each and every day of the important work that I do. And those reminders I bring everywhere. The White House and tonight's board meeting are no exception, and I brought them here with me. Here they are. And so I do want to share a little back history of Burbank for those of you that don't know the Burbank story. So again, I'm honored to be here tonight, and I'm accompanied with some of my staff and community partners as well as parents. So I'd ask my Burbank family to please stand up so we can acknowledge them. They are here to support our students as well and arts education. That's a tiny sampling, but I thank them dearly for being here tonight. So I mentioned that I took my students to the White House in spirit. Yes, I did. I was invited by the First Lady, Michelle Obama, to attend the first ever Turnaround Arts White House Talent Show on Tuesday, May 20th, and I brought them with me. I created a little scrapbook, again, with the students' picture in the front, and I left this for the president and his wife. And this is a recreation that I will leave with the board members here tonight. It's important that we see the faces that we serve, and so here they are. So this event showcased the Turnaround Art schools from across the nation with stories very similar to ours. These were schools from Montana, Oregon, Massachusetts, Louisiana, Colorado, DC, Iowa, and Connecticut, to name a few. They were all Title I schools with 100% free and reduced lunch, high poverty, high discipline rates, declining enrollment, low parent and community involvement, changes in administration, and the lowest test scores in their respective states. Each school that performed on that stage that day could have been us. And here's our story. We're a school in program improvement and have received funds from the American Reinvestment and Recovery Act School Improvement Grant, or SIG, since 2010 as a result of scoring in the lowest 5% of schools in California. Under SIG, teachers were provided the opportunity to study research-based best practices. Teachers participated in additional professional development and had weekly collaboration time to plan for instruction that aligns with the Common Core state standards and to monitor student progress through careful analysis of student data. While teachers were released to collaborate with peers, students participated in an interdisciplinary wheel that included technology, science, and visual arts. Although Burbank had scored among the lowest of the low, our STAR results in 2010 showed a 10-point increase as measured by the Academic Performance Indicator, or API. But despite our best efforts, we are still an underperforming school, with only 37.5% of our students scoring a proficient or advanced in ELA as measured by the 2013 STAR results. So again, despite our very best efforts, discipline rates are still high, parent and community involvement are incredibly low, and enrollment is still declining. In fact, we have 5 vacant classrooms that should be full, and they're not. When I first learned of the Turnaround Arts Initiative, I knew that Burbank had to become a Turnaround Arts school as a means to strengthen our school reform efforts, boosting academic achievement, and increasing student and parent engagement, as well as increasing the number of low-income students that go on to higher education. There is a connection between arts education and academic achievement, as I have seen it firsthand with the site's VAPA-trained teachers, the exploratory instrumental music teaching team, the exploratory visual arts teacher, and a collaborative relationship with young audiences under SIG. Research has shown that the arts are associated with gains in math, reading, cognitive ability, critical thinking, and verbal skills. Additionally, arts education can also improve motivation, concentration, confidence, and teamwork. The arts contribute to the total development of the individual and serve an important purpose in society. The Turnaround Arts Education Grant is an opportunity to address multiple intelligences, creative thinking, cultural diversity, and special needs, as well as to expand the role the arts play within our school community and the lives of our students. The Turnaround Arts Education Grant is an opportunity to ensure that all students receive a sequential, standards-based arts education, and to integrate the arts into other subject areas as a means to raise student engagement and ultimately academic achievement. The Turnaround Arts Education Grant will allow for further teacher training in arts integration, budgetary support for supplemental art materials, supplies, instruments, and professional assistance in facilitating partnerships with the community and cultural organizations. We welcome the opportunity to work with Grammy Award-winning Jason Mraz as our celebrity mentor, who will adopt our school for the duration of the program. He will work directly with students and teachers and engage parents and the school community and highlight the impact of the arts on our school's transformation. We welcome the support provided by the President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities. Under the Obama administration, PCAH has engaged as a leader in efforts to bring arts education to the forefront in school improvement efforts. President Obama himself said last Tuesday, the arts are central. It is necessary for our young people to succeed that we promote the arts. First Lady Obama added, we have to make this a reality for every child in America. This initiative has been so successful that it's gone from 8 pilot schools in 2011 to 35 schools at present. And we are thrilled to have been announced as one of the 35 schools last Tuesday. Yes. Burbank is poised to create significant change and is ready to serve as a model for other schools in a similar position within our district. Our past does not define our future. We are forward-thinking and will not be here 1 year from now. I am personally committed to ensuring that all students have a right to access a high-quality arts education. I will also ensure that Burbank will be collaborating with our partners and resources to build arts education programming that is rigorous, effective, and integrated into the school, as well as strategically used to target larger school challenges. I am committed to monitor the program implementation to ensure quality as well as impact. President Obama closed the event last Tuesday by appealing to superintendents and principals in the audience by saying, make the arts a priority in your district and in your school. Board members and Superintendent Martin, please make the arts a priority in our San Diego City schools. We appreciate your continued support of Burbank Elementary, and we'll be sure to let you know when we're invited to perform at the next White House Talent Show. On behalf of my community, Burbank Elementary, located in Logan Heights, I thank you for this opportunity to share our story and information about the Turnaround Arts education.
Thank you very much. Did we have a video?
How much money did you get for that grant? How much money was for the grant?
Total amount?
It's approximately $100,000 for each year up to 3 years.
So you see, on the screen, you see some pictures from the event of the students at the talent show. And do we have a video clip too, Linda, or no?
Now, as many of you know, 3 years ago, the members of the PCAH came up with this audacious idea, and they decided they wanted to use arts education to turn around struggling schools. They wanted to bring in art supplies and instruments and teacher training, and they wanted to convince famous artists to adopt these schools and help them transform over a 2-year period of time. And we all know the statistics when it comes to the power of the arts in education. We know that kids who get involved in the arts have higher grades, higher graduation rates, higher college enrollment rates. I could go on and on and on. You all know this. But the thing is, the schools that the PCAH chose for this effort were literally some of the most underperforming schools in the country. Schools with rock-bottom test scores, rampant disciplinary problems, high teacher turnover, and low parent engagement. And with so many pressing challenges, as you might imagine, bringing the arts to these schools wasn't necessarily at the top of their priority list. So we were careful to manage our expectations. We didn't let ourselves get too excited about what we could accomplish. And I am very proud to say that today, 3 years later, the Turnaround Arts program has exceeded not just our expectations, but our wildest hopes and dreams. This has been amazing. With the help of this program and some school improvement grants, math and reading scores have gone up in these schools. Attendance is up, enrollment is up, parent engagement is up. Suspensions have plummeted, and 2 of the schools in our pilot improved so dramatically that they are no longer in turnaround status. That is just amazing. It's amazing. Amazing. And today, the students in these schools are engaged in their education like never before, and that's really the point. It's about their education. For example, yes. See? They know what it's about. For example, students in Denver are learning geometry by studying cubism and using digital arts skills to create 3D pop-up books. Students in Bridgeport have a school band for the first time in 17 years. And they have 100% of their teachers, 100%, that are integrating the arts into their classrooms. Yeah. Students in New Orleans are displaying their artwork in local coffee shops and galleries, and they've even created their own play about the alphabet. And then there's the story of Orchard Garden School that's in Boston. Is Orchard Gardens here? Okay, all right, just checking. Well, let me tell you a little bit about this fabulous school. This school had 6 principals in 7 years. Their teacher turnover rate was over 50%, and their test scores were among the lowest in the state. But they had a principal who believed in the power of the arts. So that individual replaced the school's security guards with 5 full-time arts and music teachers. And today, Orchard Gardens is known as one of the most improved schools in the entire state of Massachusetts. it is clear that the Turnaround Arts pilot program has been an overwhelming success. And that's why today I am thrilled to announce that we will be quadrupling the size of this program. So this fall, we're going to be adding a total of 35 schools in 11 states, and well over 10,000 more students will finally have access to arts education. This is huge. It's huge. It's exciting.
So we thought it was very important that San Diego understood exactly what was happening, that one of our schools is featured. Moving forward with this, after she spoke and then there was the talent show, then we were very much all surprised when the side door opened and President Obama entered the room. He was not expected or invited, or we didn't know that he was coming, I guess, was the... What? Yeah, he heard Burbank kids were in the house. So then he came up and he also spoke, and I don't know, we don't have time probably to show that video clip as well, but he also gave a speech in which he said something that I said all the time at Central. I used to always say the arts are central, and then he said it. So we really believe that the arts are central, and to have our leaders make those comments and be very clear around the role of arts in transforming public education. I'm looking forward to our district being a model for that. And a further quote, oh, I don't have it here. There was a further quote from Michelle Obama that was in her closing remarks around working for making sure the integration happens, and that test scores are not the thing that we should be looking at first and foremost, but first and foremost the whole child. And she gave some very compelling statements about that. So I look to Secretary of Education Arne Duncan for also listening to our President and First Lady's comments to make sure that we understand the role of assessment and the role of arts in educating the whole child. And I look forward to San Diego Unified and Burbank being a model for what it looks like to really make our schools fabulous. And I really appreciate your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Is there a second? Any board member comment or questions? Please vote. That passes 5-0. Congratulations, Burbank.
I would have been remiss to not also thank Karen Childress-Everts from the VAPA department for supporting all of what went on behind the scenes. Karen, thank you for being here tonight, too.
On to the board consent agenda. Is there a motion? Please vote. That passes unanimously. And one of those proclamations is in recognition of Michaela Volk. Let me go ahead and read it here real quick. Whereas Michaela Volk is a senior at the San Diego School of Creative and Performing Arts, SCPA, where she is president of the SCPA ASB and instrumental music major and plays the flute in the wind ensemble. Whereas as the ASB Council President, Michaela has regularly attended Board of Education meetings as well as participated in many district-wide events to encourage student involvement on a variety of important issues. Whereas Michaela participated in the district's Trayvon Martin-George Zimmerman dialogue in December 2013 as the only student panelist. Whereas on May 22, 2014 at SCPA, Michaela facilitated a Trayvon Martin-George Zimmerman-related dialogue for students around biases, stereotypes, and racial profiling. Whereas in April 2014, Michaela attended a meeting with district staff to discuss and plan for the continued implementation of district-wide Anti-Bullying Month. Whereas Michaela attended the district's Vision 2020 forums and accompanied Superintendent Cindy Martin on local news programs to discuss the new Common Core state standards that are being phased in at the San Diego Unified School District and districts across the state. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the San Diego Unified School Board of Education that it recognizes Michaela Volk for her dedication to being a positive role model, providing quality leadership to her peers. Thank you, Michaela, for everything that you've done.
Okay, we're right here on the steps. Look it down. You know the drill, tall in the back. No bunny ears. Okay, one. Oh, okay. All right.
How's my hair?
That's lovely.
Let's do one more. See, you broke the camera, John. There we go. Thank you. Congratulations. Oh, of course. Oh, yeah. Silly me. Yes. Okay, here we go. All smiles. 1, 2, 3. I'll do one more. 1, 2, 3.
Good job.
On to section G. We already dealt with item G1 and 2 earlier, so now we have item G3, the comprehensive plan for integrating the opening of Salk Elementary School into the Mira Mesa cluster in September 2015. Trustee Evans.
Thank you, President Beiser. Okay, it all started about 30 years ago. There was a young couple who moved into a neighborhood in Mira Mesa, and just down the street there was a big lot where there was going to be a neighborhood school, and they had a little daughter so that when she turned 5, she would be able to go to that school. That daughter is now in her 30s, and thankfully she already went through school.
Never happened.
So in September 2015, we have the opening of Salk Elementary in Mira Mesa. It is currently under construction, so it'll be open for the September 2015 and 2015-2016 year. The other part of this is the Mira Mesa cluster working together. I recall that in the first week I was on the board in 2008, I decided to go out to different communities and talk to them. I went to Mira Mesa just to tell them what can we do to improve our schools, and there was a very large group of people who were very angry that their stadium wasn't being repaired, the turf on their field that was very dangerous. And I said, well, this is good. It's good to get organized and let the district know what you want to do. And they said, well, we've been doing that for years, and nobody listens to us. So I said, okay, well, let's see what we can do about that. So we did work on the football field and got that fixed eventually. But the process this year in terms of the opening of Salk was an opportunity for all of the cluster to work together on how to integrate this new school into the cluster. One of the things I remember in the 1980s, the schools in Mira Mesa were very crowded. I remember one school would have, one of the reasons they were year-round schools was because they were able to put 4 classes into 3 classrooms and just rotating each month, every 3 months through, so that they could have over 1,000 students in one elementary school. So the situation we're facing now is, rather than waiting until it's overcrowded, we are building the school to accommodate the future growth. There's a apartment development going on alongside, you've seen the construction along I-15. There's some other condo development, another condo development going in on the west end, and there's a very major, in several years, another development going down in the western part of Mira Mesa. So one of the things that happened were a lot of portables that were put across the schools in Mira Mesa, and a lot of those will be able to be taken out as a result of the construction of the school. Some of them are 40 years old or more, some of the portable classrooms. So what the cluster did, and we have some people here who will talk about, because it's really been a joint venture between the staff and the parents in the cluster and working with other district staff, and the whole master planning process for facilities. All of this came together at the same time. And so you see here on the motion that there are a few different things. First of all, the establishment of the attendance boundaries. one of the things that happened is this particular school is built in there's Mira Mesa Boulevard to the north and Camino Ruiz, which sort of bisects Mira Mesa in the middle. And so there's two major thoroughfares. This is the neighborhood on the southwest quadrant of Mira Mesa. So you'll hear from the people in the cluster, but there are a lot of considerations. One was, how do we balance out the enrollment in different schools to not make one too big or too small? But also, what about the neighborhood quality, the walkability, and the safety of the students? So there had to be compromises around all of that, and that's what they did to establish the attendance boundaries, which is one of the attachments to the plan. In terms of developing the attendance boundaries, there was also a plan to grandfather in some of the students, so if they were going to finish their last year or two at one school, that they would still be allowed to do that even though the attendance boundaries had changed. And another issue was, as they were balancing out the schools, was there are some of the schools that are year-round and the others are traditional schedule. And they said, well, if we're working out, balancing out the enrollments, we're going to have a problem because traditional calendar is more popular than the year-round calendar, so we're going to have people crossing the boundaries anyway to go to the different schools. So the cluster came to the consensus, and this was also in consultation with input from the schools that are currently year-round, that it would be better to, at the same opening in September 2015, to convert all of the schools to traditional schedule, which we eventually want to do across the district. This would be a small step in that direction. And finally, in terms of sort of doing everything all at once and getting the cluster in order, there was the issue of Hage Elementary that is part of the Mira Mesa cluster, but when Scripps Ranch was formerly Scripps Ranch and Mira Mesa students all attended Mira Mesa High School before there was a high school at Scripps Ranch. Since they were a little closer to that end, they had the option of going to Mira Mesa or Scripps Ranch High School. The problem with this is they go to Hage Elementary, then they go to Wagenheim Middle School in Mira Mesa, and then there's this confusion about whether they're going to go to Mira Mesa or Scripps Ranch, and it makes it very difficult for the staffs at the high schools to plan for this. The consensus of the cluster was that Hage should just simply become a full-fledged member of the Mira Mesa cluster rather than having this optional area. But this particular motion today is simply to direct staff to continue working on that. We've already heard from Hage and some parents to a certain extent, but to have a full offering to them, as well as consultation with Scripps Ranch High School and the Scripps Ranch cluster. In terms of the number of students they have, it would probably not be a big deal because they have people on their choice list who want to attend there, but it's to include everybody in the process before the final implementation. And then the last part of the motion is to direct the staff to do, again, back to the whole master planning concept, to do a review of all of the schools, all of the aging portables, and looking at the enrollment changes and seeing which of the aging portables can simply be eliminated and basically replaced by the new construction at Mira Mesa High School, which ones will actually need to be replaced because they're still needed there. And then for the following years, as the elementary enrollment gradually goes up, what will be needed at the middle schools and particularly at the high school in terms of the enrollment in several years from now. So to have sort of a master plan from all of that. So if the people from Mira Mesa can come forward, first of all, Area Superintendent Lamont Jackson and cluster leader Bob Turner and any others that you have for, even though I've pretty much said everything.
Thank you, Dr. Evans, for your leadership and presenting our presentation. That said, I do want to thank you, Dr. Evans, for your leadership, and Bob Turner coming forward for his leadership and partnering with the cluster. We do have representatives from the cluster here with all of our principals. If you can stand and be acknowledged for all of your hard work over the last 5 or so months. They have really come together and really acted out your vision in terms of transparency and dialogue around this. A couple of things that you should note, this wasn't easy because all of the schools in Mira Mesa will be impacted to some degree. And one of the things that I'm proud of are the principals who came together and did not look at this in isolation, single schools, but a cluster, and really looked at the sacrifice that they would have to make for the totality of the cluster. And I think they've done a great job. Specifically, if I think about Jeff Martin and his leadership at Sandburg, Joan Nelson and her push to make sure that Hickman wasn't depleted, and really the cluster coming together around the safety of our children and using the natural boundaries in the area. They're doing a great job, and I think of Deirdre over at Mason. Mason's going to be hit pretty hard, but she's already led the parents to understand the work that Mason's going to do with Salk and the partnerships that are going to be formed so that schools are working together so that our students benefit. And we know that we're going to need to advocate for additional supports in transition. And we've already started to engage the community because they're vested. This is not a transient cluster. Almost 90% of the students live in the cluster and attend cluster schools because of the great work of our principals and our teachers in that area and the parent engagement. This is certainly a college and career pathway, and students just continue to perform academically, and we talk about the arts. Great news. We just had the Mira Mesa Sapphire Sound invited to apply to participate in the Tournament of Roses Parade, which is a great honor to even be invited. You have to be invited to apply, and I have no doubt with Scott's support and Gene Christensen's leadership that we're going to see them in the Rose Parade either in 2016 or 17. I think they're going to do great. So this is about the cluster coming together and really supporting what's best for kids. I wanted to add that. I want to bring Bob up to talk a little bit about the cluster work and what he led to support this recommendation. And the cluster as a whole really supports this recommendation made by Trustee Evans and supported by Trustee Foster.
Okay, good evening. You guys try to wear us down with this meeting, but we're still here, so. Okay, as John said, this has been going on. Sorry, John, go ahead. Yes. Well, no, I only had 24. I've been doing this for 24 years, so this is a pretty amazing day, I guess, or hopefully. 24 years in this. The last 3 or 4 years, we've had this on the agenda a lot of the times as a cluster item. Of course, it was a little ahead of the process, and nobody could, I'm not even blaming you guys this time. It's not really your fault. But it is a cluster item that we've had periodically, brought it up, brought updates. But I would say for the last 5 months, and three of the last 3 months, we've had presentations. Everybody's been invited. We've had different options. There's obviously a few different scenarios here, but as far as the actual boundaries, we vetted it out. They brought up other options. I want to thank Midori for her hard work in bringing this stuff back, because we were kind of tough on her at times in those meetings, John, as you know. And so we picked an option. I think that's the one. I don't see it, but I'm assuming that's the one they're presenting. And then as far as the Hage issue, it sort of fits in with your Vision 2020. Hage is in our neighborhood, if you guys didn't know, for those of you that aren't around there. Hage is in Mira Mesa, so it sort of fits in with that. I don't know how we can get away from the fact of not putting Hage back where it belongs. Plus, from a district standpoint, it obviously would help you guys as far as staffing goes and whatever it is the number of kids going to which school at the beginning. And then the year-round really makes a lot of sense, because we're going to have kids choicing into other schools. If they want a choice because of the school, they should be given that option. But to choice because one's year-round and one's traditional, it just doesn't make sense. So from that standpoint, it makes a lot of sense. You guys have been talking about it for a while, that you want to go district-wide. This would be a good time to be doing the cluster and give our cluster the choice at the right time to pick the school that they want. And I really do want to thank all of the parents, all of our staff. We do have all of our principals here, and they really have been working hard, as Lamont said. They have have taken, some of them have taken a hit for the cluster. They've taken one for the team, as you'd say. And so I think this thing has been vetted out completely through the district. We haven't had every single parent there. Some of you want to, like, we need to talk to every parent. Well, we only can have meetings, and we go out on the streets, and we talk to everybody that we can talk to. And I promise you this has been vetted through that system.
Great, thank you very much. Is there a motion? All right, board member questions or comments?
I'd just like to thank Dr. Evans for your leadership moving this forward. I know that this was not difficult, not easy. Sorry. And I think the participation of the Mira Mesa cluster and your active role.
As I said before, I just want to reemphasize what they said also. This is really an example of not making decisions at a central office level about what's going to happen in a particular community and then just going out and telling people this is the way it is. It's really working with the community, getting a consensus. At the same time, the community realizing that, the board ultimately has to vote on these matters, but with, a lot of good input from the community. And I think it's also an example, the whole point that people were really looking at what was better for the students as opposed to what is better for my own turf or my own school. And I think it's also an example of the types of things that clusters should be working on. I mean, I know one of the things is to harass the board member from time to time, but the main purpose is to really improve the schools in a particular community, and that's what this group has really taken on. So I'm very proud of what they've done.
I appreciate the way you're talking about the work of the cluster, and this is an example of when we talk about, we're still defining what is the role of a cluster and structures and governance and voice and having a community-based school reform. This defines it. When I can look at Bob and Mr. Jackson, and I see our principals out there, and I see parents out there, and I see an entire group coming together around the students making hard decisions, that this is what community-based school reform looks like. This is what active cluster engagement looks like, when you can bring multiple stakeholders together over something that is not easy. This could be a completely divided community. You could have everyone fighting over it, and you've engaged in long-term dialogue, participatory democratic process where it wasn't about who has the power and who's elected in and who's voted. It's about having a conversation with students at the center, and so we can have this kind of this is cluster work at its finest, and I appreciate it's not just board member leadership, it's area superintendent, principal leadership, parent leadership. I know student voices are there. When I made the rounds last year, and then again back to Mira Mesa Cluster, for whatever reason, had the most number of students coming to their cluster meetings, so I know students' voices are somehow involved in this, and I want to continue to see this as a model of best practices, and this was a particular problem that needed to be solved, and there are other problems like this that need to be solved, and to think of a cluster as a whole instead of one school against another school. And the cluster master planning process helps us make better decisions, so it's not a facilities decision, it's led by the voices of the people that we serve. So appreciate all levels of leadership that went into making this happen, and as a model and an example of fine cluster work, so thank you.
And I just wanted to say that this is a resolution that I really wanted to support, because as we know, there are clusters that are very developed and some that are developing. And so we really need to work closely together, look at these best practices, and figure out a way to spread that, particularly because we're moving towards the cluster master plan. So thank you for your leadership, and it's a pleasure to support it.
All right, please vote. That passes unanimously, 5-0. Thank you, Trustee Evans. Good job, sir. On to Section H, District Operations. Item H1, Board of Education, final review and action on the San Diego Education Association, SDEA, Supplementary Early Retirement Plan, or SERP. Is there a second? Any questions? Speakers?
The action we're
One
taking
citizen.
is to, I'm sorry, the action is to
finalize
approve the current plan.
Right.
Okay.
Right, to finalize it, yeah. Citizen, you have 2 minutes.
This board did not make the fiscally responsible decision to lay off excess employees. Even teachers on leave of absence will make money on this sweetheart deal. Instead, money will be paid to employees for SERP, which means that money that students will not benefit from. You just heard from parents tonight who are paying for fees for school activities, and it wasn't the first time that they've been here. Students continue to bear the burden of paying fees in violation of the law, and SERP is just the board looking out for adults, not kids. When you have a board that's been bought by the union, this is the type of fiscal decisions that we see. Poor decisions.
Mr. President, is that the
Yes,
public speakers?
Yes, that's all we have for public speakers, correct, Cheryl?
Okay, I just want to make a couple of comments. First of all, this is a plan that will, first of all, I want to thank all the members of SDA who have participated and are participating in this, and I think it's an excellent example of where the board and its bargaining groups can cooperate in a positive way, and we will be saving I think it's worth putting up chart on page 4, if you don't mind. The net savings will be $8 million alone next year, and a total of close to $30 million over the plan. I also wanted to address briefly employees in our other bargaining units in CSEA and the administrators, many of whom I and other board members have heard about from over the last several months, asking why there's not a similar SERP proposal and plan that the board proposed for these other bargaining units. And some people expressing concern that we're not treating people equitably and fairly. And I certainly understand the concern and frustration, and I know some employees have written us who've been to the district for dozens and dozens, decades, in classified and other positions. But this was purely 100% a financial decision. It was purely looking at the fact that we have a $100+ million shortfall next year and ongoing. Where are ways that we can work with our bargaining units in order to save money? And unfortunately, the math didn't work on any of the other units. It would not save, it actually cost us budget money to have early retirement. Now, that's maybe not fair, and it isn't, but that's just the reality of the situation. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't, and I hope we will, be able to work together with all the units on ways we can find savings in other areas, such as healthcare, where we can still maintain the high quality of health care for our employees, but hopefully take savings and be able to reinvest that and solve other budget areas. So I did feel like I understand all the concerns and emails I've gotten. I appreciate that, but this was 100% really a dollar decision. Thank you. And a good decision for the taxpayers.
Any other board member comments or questions?
I just want to support what Mr. Barnett said about the decision about making this for this particular group versus other groups. People need to understand that the money saved for this is benefiting everybody. I mean, it's because ultimately, I mean, benefiting the students, of course, but I mean, even among the employees of the district, if we weren't able to save the money through this method, then the only other method would be some other means of reducing staff, classified, certificated, and so forth. So this is really a benefit to the entire district.
Okay, please vote. Oh, is there a motion? I think Richard, yeah. I thought I knew I had a motion. I knew I did. All right, please vote. That passes unanimously 5-0. On to item H2, update on impact of governor's May revise. This is an information item only regarding the budget for 2014-15. Superintendent Cindy Martin.
Thank you. I'm inviting up CFO Jenny Salkeld and our Director of Government Relations, Martha Alvarez, to work with this presentation. As you know, the governor's May revise came out recently, and this is the staff updating you and the public on what that May revise means to our district. As you know, there's been some significant advocacy on our part around holding harmless for Provision 2 schools. We're also advocating, supporting the governor's notion for the wall of debt being paid down, but asking for a shared approach that wall of debt be paid down, not just by paying off the deferrals, but looking at the mandated costs that are reimbursed. I want to thank Martha Alvarez with deep gratitude for your advocacy up in Sacramento. You were a lone voice up there for a long time leading up to now, and we did not see the mandates come up in the initial May revise, but since then the Assembly and the legislature we've been seeing some movement on that, and that we might be seeing that there might be some interest in paying off mandates. So that was some significant advocacy work coming from San Diego that would give us some budget authority in the coming year. We've also, so some of our advocacy efforts, although we're not seeing them in the May revise, there's continuing work and advocacy going on up there. And I want to thank Trustee Barrera came to Sacramento with Trustee Evans, and we had a day of advocacy talking about our key priorities. But tonight, all we can look for is the update on what the May revise meant, and there's still work to be done. We didn't see everything we're looking for, but we want you to at least understand what the May revise meant and where we currently are moving forward. So with that, I think Martha's doing the first part of the presentation, and then Jenny Salkeld will go to the second part of the presentation.
Hey, good evening, board members, Superintendent Martin, and staff and community members. Thank you for having me present tonight on the governor's proposal. The May revision incorporates changes that the governor has done in revenue projections into the January budget proposal that he put forth several months ago. I have 2 weeks of information that I will try to consolidate into a few minutes in the PowerPoint. If you have any more questions, I will welcome them at the end of the presentation. Obviously, there's a lot of details and moving parts. And so I'll just start off with this, and if you have questions, just let me know. The first key takeaways, the governor's May revision continues to focus on his 2 priorities about paying down the wall of debt. That includes the K-14 debt, such as mandates and deferrals and maintenance factor. But it also focuses on the unfunded liabilities and other long-term liabilities to the state. And Jenny and I will go into more detail in the next couple of slides. There's not much change for K-14 education. And when I refer to K-14, it's K-12 public schools as well as community colleges, because under the Proposition 98, which is the way that schools get funded in California, community colleges are in that. So under the K-14 proposal, there's not much change since January, and I'll go into further detail in the next couple of slides. One of the big surprises for school districts and community colleges was that the governor does include a proposal to start paying some of the STIR's unfunded liability over the next 30 years, and that would go immediately into effect on July 1st, 2014. I'll provide more details in the next couple of slides. But definitely that is a significant concern, not only for San Diego Unified, as a few of our trustees have mentioned before, but also it's a statewide concern given our impact on Proposition 98 and what we're trying to do with the LCAP initiatives. The governor's proposal also established a rainy day fund, both a state general fund, rainy day fund, and a Proposition 98 rainy day fund. And as I mentioned before, pays down the wall of debt. On this slide, it's kind of technical in nature. If you have more questions, let me know. But I'll keep it high level. The only revenue change from the May revision is $2.4 billion for the general fund, which only translates to $242 million for the Proposition 98. The Proposition 98 is a very complicated formula that includes 3 different tests, which I list here, and that's why the resulting amount is very little. As you can see, 2012, 13, 13, 14, and 14, 15. The way that the state looks at the budget is at the previous year's budget, so looking at 2012, 2013, at the current year budget, 13, 14, and the following year, 14, 15 budget. One small correction on the $700 million under 14, 15, it should be a minus $700 million. So the Proposition 98 guarantee will be reduced by approximately $700 million in 14, 15.
So you're saying one little negative sign makes a big difference?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to, because my students need to hear that.
Yes,
Okay.
so just a small correction on there, minus $700 million. And so when you take into account those 3 years and how the revenues change from one year to the next, that's how the standing amount that would be for Proposition 98 would be $242 million. Unfortunately, for Prop 98 for school districts like San Diego Unified and others across the state, that does not really mean any new money for new programs and what was already being included in the January budget proposal. What the governor's planning on doing with the $242 million is to pay for ADA growth in other parts of the state, $100 million in 14, 15, or in 13, 14, and then $100 million or so in 14, 15. So really leaves little room for any other initiatives or programs or for LCFF or anything that I'll talk in the next couple of slides. Just in case it's of interest to you, the 2.4 from the state is going to go mostly to the ACA, the healthcare expansion, and then some drought recovery relief, but not for K-14. On this next slide is the key fiscal provisions. Again, there's no changes from the January proposal. It maintains the $4.5 billion that the governor had included in the January proposal. That means we're getting 28% of our gap funding to meeting our target. So if you think of LCFF, we have 7 years, the goal of paying us back to our 07-08 levels by 2020, 2021. What would happen with the 28%? It means it's giving us 28% to help us get to our target. That statewide average, it's just an average as an FYI, and that number includes other revenues, not just Proposition 98 or general fund. Just to give you a perspective of the change from year-over-year increase, roughly about 10% statewide average. The May revision, again, does not make any changes to the governor's January proposal. You might recall in January, the governor proposed to eliminate $6.2 billion of deferrals to schools and community colleges. He maintains that plan, something that San Diego Unified, that we have been very strongly advocating for with the leadership of Trustee Evans, Dr. Evans, and Superintendent Martin, has been to find a more balanced approach that deferrals don't benefit districts like ours or others across the state, and so the better balanced approach would be to pay off deferrals and a portion of mandates, and so I'll speak about that in a few slides. There's the Proposition 39 energy efficiency funds for K-12. That's a reduction of $9 million from the January budget proposal, which is reflected on here. And then the only additional very small amount of money that really won't benefit San Diego Unified because of our size, the $26.7 million is one-time money allocation for Common Core for connectivity, so for school districts that don't have access to internet, that might be in rural or remote areas, they would have access to this competitive grant. And it's only going to be, I believe I've heard, like less than 100 schools that would even be able to access these funds. And then the other part of it too would be to fund a study to determine what is the statewide need. The key focus about this connectivity piece is ensuring that schools in California are prepared for the Common Core state standards and the computer adapted assessments that will begin next spring of 2015. Oops. Someone moving it for me, or? That one. Thank you. Okay, here, I'll just go over this quickly. Something that has been of very strong interest to San Diego Unified, and which is a positive and welcome news, is the Provision 2. We had 3 issues that we wanted to clarify in the LCFF statute. This is more about policy, but it would still have a fiscal impact to us in the future. One of them is that instead of having to count students at Provision 2 schools every year, the governor is proposing to do it every 4 years. we had a challenge at the school district, and others across the state did as well, in collecting income information from students across the state. So this is a positive welcome news. The other piece is the 3-year rolling average. For context, under LCFF, there's the unduplicated count, which is the low-income students, foster youth, and English learners. Because the state recognizes that there will be a fluctuation of students every year, student counts. It has a 3-year rolling average. What they're proposing is that if districts' numbers were lower in 13-14, a school district could drop the 13-14 counts from future averages. So it would be a good thing for San Diego Unified because our anticipated unduplicated count is lower than what we thought we had. The 1/3 item that is not included on here, but it will continue to be part of my key advocacy, is on a hold harmless for 13-14. We have 68 Provision 2 schools in San Diego across the district. We are down to 62.5% unduplicated student counts when we thought we were close to 67%. That's a $3 million less revenues that we would not be receiving if we don't get a hold harmless. It's something critical and part of my advocacy, and it's not included in the May revision, but it will continue to be part of the asks and the requests over the next 3 weeks. There are some changes to the independent study model you have there in writing. I'll just mention 2 other ones that would be helpful for the district in future years. One example is iHigh. iHigh, we have students that they take advantage of the online courses, and they do it through the independent study model for us to be able to claim ADA apportionment funding. And so through this, instead of having to have students and teachers and parents sign an agreement every semester, there's changes that we would only have to do it once every year. So that's a really positive thing. Another piece is that instead of having to sign and date student work products, it would only have to be done, as at the final part of the course completion. And then the last part is that agreements, they can be kept electronically. So in this day and age, the state still required hard copies. So through this new change, again, it could make it easier for the district in terms of streamlining the requirements. Rainy Day Fund, I mentioned it before. It's another policy proposal. It wouldn't affect the district or even just the state anytime soon. It would have to go to the voters in this November 2014 election for the voters to approve it. It would not take into effect until 2016, so there's just some years away. The key takeaway from this is that the Proposition 98 reserve would only go into effect when capital gains, which comes from from income or from gains from the stock market for the wealthy individuals that have stocks. Whenever it's a surplus, about 8% of the general fund, anything above 8% would be then put into a reserve for the times when the state's having economic financial instability. Okay. This highlights a couple of areas based on what we are advocating, a few of them that we're advocating for, and a couple that others are part of the other priorities for other stakeholders, whether it be the statewide associations like CSBA, AXA, or CASPO, as well as some legislators have particular interest in some of these areas. The top 2 are 2 that San Diego Unified, through my work in Sacramento, it's been my focus, and there's been others. But one would be the repaying of mandates. Statewide, that's part of the wall of debt. It's $4.5 billion that's owed to schools. It's for activities that the districts have already done. They've already done those activities, and we've paid for them out of our operating budgets, but the state has not reimbursed us for those activities. For San Diego Unified, it's about $74 million that we are owed for previous activities. They go back as late as 1993. And so through my advocacy work, I've been focusing, highlighting some of those mandates that would benefit districts like San Diego to get repaid. Through our CFO's work, we've been working with other districts in San Diego County to ensure that any mandates that are repaid, that they also consider those schools like in the county that could benefit. So it's not just San Diego Unified, but really trying to highlight the importance of repaying those mandates. The hold harmless issue I mentioned before, it does not address a hold harmless for 13-14, but it's something that I will continue to work on. Additional funding for Common Core state standards. It's estimated the state needs another $1.5 billion to fully implement Common Core. by next year. And so there's some interest in the legislature to provide funding. The other proposal would be early childhood education, or TK, expansion of TK. That's something that the President of the Senate, Darrell Steinberg, is very interested in doing, and it will continue to be part of the budget negotiations over the next 3 weeks. There's under LCFF, ROP CTE was embedded or rolled into LCFF, and school districts now receive a 2.6% add-on. So in addition to what we receive for LCFF, districts who have high school students also receive a 2.6% of the base grant for students in 9th to 12th grade. There's some interest in having it back as a categorical, just because I don't want to lose sight of that importance of CTE in schools. Home to school transportation. Currently, districts across the state, they get different kind of reimbursements for allowable costs. There's an idea, a concept being floated in the legislature about having an equalizing funding formula that would bring school districts to 50%. San Diego Unified, it is my understanding, we're at 39% of our reimbursed costs that we get reimbursed. So it would be bringing districts like San Diego to 50% over a period of time. Obviously, that takes money from this is all money that could be used for LCFF, and so I think it's important for me to note that, because when we start talking about we need more money for CTE or for preschool or for anything of those particular priorities, it takes away money from the bigger pot that can be more flexible and put into LCFF. Lastly, there's interest in having a statewide schools facility bond. It's also not included in the May revision. There's some efforts through the legislature in trying to put a $9 billion bond in this November 2014 ballot. About $6 billion of it would be for schools, K-12, that would be used for modernization and new construction. I'll just quickly mention this, again, from the governor's May revision. Some of you may have read on the newspapers, it's being discussed. Right now, the legislature, and I just have one more slide. The legislature is focusing on their own proposals or alternatives to the governor's. I'm not going to highlight that too much tonight. Unless you have questions, I'm happy to provide more details, just because that's also subject to negotiations. But for example, for mandates, the governor does not include any money on it. The legislature is assuming higher revenues from the Legislative Analyst Office for 13-14 and 14-15. So for example, the Assembly is proposing to pay about $300 million in mandates in 14-15. The Senate has about $467 million in 14-15. For Common Core, the Assembly has $1.25 billion. The Senate has $500 million. So those are two examples of how it differs in terms of what the Assembly and what the Senate's priorities are. What it means for the next 2 weeks, because the legislature has to adopt the budget by June 15th, is that there will be a meeting over the next several days. It's called the Budget Conference Committee, and they'll be discussing together what are the top priorities that they, as a legislature, both Assembly and Senate, will come together and be negotiating with the governor. All of those details will be known over the next 3 weeks, and there'll be more certainty for us as to what it means for 14-15. And then as we transition there. My last slide before I turn over to our CFO, Jenny, is regarding the CalSTARS and funded liability plan. As I mentioned, this is something that was not anticipated to be part of the 14-15 budget. In the January budget proposal, the governor even had language that said he looked forward to working with stakeholders this year in 14-15 to coming up with a plan that would be shared responsibility. So it was not anticipated that it would begin until 15-16, and the surprise for all of us was that it was released 6 weeks before our budgets are due to the County Office of Education. One of the big concerns that myself and other districts in Sacramento have been raising to the legislature is we have been very diligently and meaningfully engaging our communities for the past 8 months, working towards the LCAP, and so for us, we cannot have this sort of increased requirements that will result in money that we have to find from somewhere 6 weeks before the budgets are due and the LCAPs to the county. I do want to acknowledge Senator Marty Block from San Diego. He has been an instrumental advocate on our behalf in raising the concerns that I've mentioned to you before, and really trying to help us get some of the key funding that we need. I'll highlight a couple of things on this slide before Jenny talks more in detail what it means for San Diego Unified if the governor proposal was to go forward. I'll start off by mentioning that the governor's proposal includes increased responsibility of higher contributions by both the state, the school districts or employers, and by the employees or the STIRS members. Just for context, the employer contribution of the school districts, it has been stable at 8.25 since 1986. For employees, for the member contribution, it's been at 8% since 1972. The STIRS funding system is currently only funded at 67%. So it means that if they didn't start a plan immediately, it would run out of money within 32 years. And that's why I'm just mentioning those kind of highlight pieces, because that's the urgency for the governor wanting to start addressing this sooner rather than later. There's GASB 68, which is a new requirement for school districts in the state regarding our how we report in our financial statements any of those pension liabilities. If the state delayed this by not starting in 14-15, that 74.4 billion number that you see at the top of what's need to be funded would grow to more than 160 billion from one year to the next. So that's why in the legislature and the governor at this point in time, they're not considering delaying, but there's different proposals being discussed. What the governor's, in this one in particular, it would start in 14-15, and it would be funded over a 32-year timeline. The biggest increases would be to the school districts. As you see on the slides, it would go from 8.25 currently to 19.1% by 2020-2021. And we would have the school districts in the state the biggest share of that cost. It would also be increased for employees and then for the state. The only piece I'll mention on here regarding the state contribution, the highest that they've ever paid has been 4.6%, so they are going beyond what they have historically paid in terms of their contribution. For 13-14, the state paid $1.4 billion. By the time that their contribution goes up to 6.3%, they'll be paying about 2.4. One question that I know had been asked before, what does this mean in terms of Proposition 98? This funding for the employers would be coming out of our Proposition 98 funding that we receive. It would be within what we get from the state. That means there's competing priorities like money for LCFF, money for paying down the wall of debt, money for other initiatives that we may contemplate in the future. For the state's contribution, I mentioned they're planning on raising it from 3% to 6.33%. That contribution, the $2.4 billion, would be non-Prop 98. So that means that money comes from money that would have gone for social services or other non-school priorities, just to, to distinguish the state versus the school employer contributions. And lastly, I'll just mention that this is, what the governor has proposed. I have information if you are interested in what the Assembly and Senate are proposing as an alternative to the governor's proposal. And I would be either happy to mention it now or hold off until later if you have questions.
Any questions or comments?
Well, just going right now with the STIRS issue. And we have this issue of 6 weeks is a very short time to plan for it. But then there's a bigger issue of all these years into the future. And everybody in Sacramento seems to accept it, that this is just the way it is. But the absurdity of, okay, the employees are going to go up from about 8% to about 10%. And the district's going to go up from about 8% to 19%. This is to fund a pension system over which we as school districts had absolutely no control, no say about what the benefits were, what the investments were. It's a completely state-run system. And so it just doesn't make sense to me that, okay, the state made some mistakes on this and now it's going to be passed on to the districts. Now, what I hear is there are first of all, on the employee side, that somehow there are some limits that were written in about the limits on what they can pay. But there were no limits written in on what the district could pay. And I'm not sure, when you talk about the limits for the employees, if they're already vested in the system, it's one thing, but then again, new employees coming into the system, how does it affect them? I guess my question is there any way to question or challenge this shift from 8% to 19% in the long run? I'm afraid that we'll work it out for this first year where you have a 1% increase in exchange for sticking you with the whole 19% in the long run, which I think I saw somewhere was calculated about 50 million, eventually would be about $58 million a year increase.
So the first question on the employee, under the case law, there's been judges that have been doing rulings on this. It is a vested right for the employee. The only reason why the employee's contribution can go up by the 2.5% is because the state's contribution will actually go up to 8.8 at the end of 3 years. As you see on the slide, under the state to fund 20 billion increase, the state will be doing that 2.5 additional at the end of the retirement. So it's a COLA that they provide to the employee at the end of retirement. So because the state will be guaranteeing that COLA, currently it's not a requirement or guaranteeing statute in California law. By putting it in statute, that's the only reason why the employee's contribution can go up by 2.5, but it cannot go any higher than that.
But I guess what I understand is the employee who has not even been hired or even born yet is vested. So
so there's two distinctions, and on the next slide, we can go on to the next slide, and then it'll transition to Jenny. We can also take questions at the end of the presentation. This is kind of the numbers, what it looks like. So from a statewide, what they would mean for districts statewide, not just San Diego, but for all of us. There's two differences between the employees, which is labeled teachers. For the classic is referred to those teachers that were hired before the pension reform in 2013, so before January 1st of 2013. Their increase would go up to 10.25 at the end of this implementation of this funding proposal. For an employee that was hired post-PEPRA, post-January 1st of 2013, after the pension reform, their contributions would only go up to 9.21%. And the reason being is that the new employees post-PEPRA, they have to work longer to 62 years instead of 60, 2% at 62. They also have reduced benefits compared to the classic or pre-PEPRA law. So there's a distinction for the employees in terms of what they would be paying. In terms of the school district contributions, the state's perspective is that the school districts are the employer of the teachers, not the state. And that's why that the increased contributions are significantly put into the district, because the state's the one providing the funding for the districts to administer the schools. The state has also mentioned, in terms of background in all of this conversation, that in 1990 was the last time that the state said any additional increases that go for pensions beyond 1990, that the state said they would not be contributing any other increases. And so that's why the state's not willing to go above the 6.33, because there's historical context as to why districts would be the ones on the hook for the additional costs over the time. Something that I'll just mention to wrap up my response to the question, it has been brought up in the legislature, the concern of how will this impact LCFF? What will be the significance for the LCAP initiatives that districts like ours and others in the state are trying to initiate and think about over the next 3-year LCAP period? What does it mean for Proposition 98 and school funding when Proposition 30 expires in 2016, the sales tax portion, and the income portion in 2018? Because the increases would be further increased right at that time, at that peak when Prop 30 is about to expire. So really, I guess the note on this is it is an opportunity to talk about funding adequacy. It had been an opportunity to talk about funding adequacy even before this storage proposal proposal came out because the LCFF is a distributional formula. It's about equity and putting more money to the kids that need those additional resources, but it's not creating the pot of money that the schools have. And so this will really just raise and increase the importance about funding adequacy. It's something that Senator Block and others are really committed in talking about it in over the next few months. It's not going to happen between now and when the budget has to be adopted by June 15th, but it will be a conversation into the future, especially as school districts are responsible for those initiatives, academics, support for students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. On the next slide, taking that table, this is just a graphical representation of what it means to the district, and from a district perspective, the brown versus the red with the teachers and then the orange with the state just demonstrates that progressive increase over the course of time, over the 7-year implementation that's been proposed, and it clearly is shifting that burden over to the school districts as we've been discussing that piece. And as it means to the district, I know we've been having quite a bit of discussion, and we've reflected this in previous board financial reports and also our interims, that we knew this was on the horizon. There was much discussion on the Governmental Accounting Standards Board 68, as Martha had mentioned, that will go into effect for 14-15 in that reporting period when we bring that to the board with June 2015. But it is a surprise with 6 weeks here for us to bring a budget to the board and to the county what the potential impact will be. As what this detail shows here, it's taking our projections that we know at this point and looking at it over a 3-year period, and based on that STRS percentage increase for employers and what it'll mean for the district. So for 14-15, it'll be 6.3 million, 8.1 for 15-16, and then 8.3 for 16-17, with a cumulative impact of about 22 million. And what we've noted on this slide as well, and as we've been discussing with LCFF, is you see a percentage of where we're at now with the 28% gap funding for 14-15 and so forth as we go out in the subsequent years, how it increases in 16-17 because we get a smaller amount as we're getting closer to that target for 2006-7 levels, that it's about 25% of the monies we'll be getting from the state. So this. And what we're showing on the next slide here, and one point I'd also want to mention is Martha and I have been having conversations, Martha specifically with representatives with CalSTRS, and I believe Trustee Barnett brought this up at a previous board meeting or a request to have a representative speak publicly to the board about the unfunded liability and those elements of that. So we're looking at a meeting perhaps in the month of July. Hopefully that by that point we'll have better indication where it is with the budget and what the impacts will be. But in terms of a dollar impact, as Superintendent Martin mentioned, and also as Martha had mentioned, there is no substantial change in terms of our revenue at this point. Obviously, we're hearing discussions from the Assembly and the Senate, but at this point, and as we progress our work with budget development over the next few weeks, and also working on our estimated actuals, this is the same information we shared with the board a couple weeks ago in terms of our third interim. There's no significant change at this point. We'll continue with the finance team to work with our program managers to see where we'll end the end of the year with our estimated numbers. But if there's any significant change after the governor approves the budget, and hopefully by the end of June, we'll be coming back to the board similar to what we did last year with the transition from revenue limit and LCFF, of bringing any significant change in revenue, any significant change in expenditures, if in fact the STRS is included in that. We've been having conversations with our County Office of Education. At this point, we're expecting to have some budget guidance by the end of this week or next week, and that'll clearly state as to what the county's position will be regarding the STRS impact. So we'll keep the board apprised of those developments, and that'll be included in our first reading on June 10th. The next item that was included from the May revision was at least demonstrating sustainability, or a position in that regard regarding temporary flexibility. This is also school services guidance that we've received in terms of where we're at, and it's built into our projections that you had seen in the previous slide. For June 2015, one of the biggest items that impacts the district financially is the textbook adoption. That's about $17 million, and it's already embedded in our projections. And it will be going forward. But there's certainly some room there for advocacy and working with Martha and the board at the state level as we kind of things evolve from a curriculum standpoint and the delivery of that for the students. And then also no change in terms of the surplus property sales, still a January 1st, 2016 date. There's been a consistent theme this evening regarding advocacy, as Vice President Foster mentioned, and as Martha as well. What this slide shows, and we received this from School Services of California, from California's perspective on a national basis, we're ranked 49th. That's an area that definitely of improvement, and we certainly welcome the LCFF funding. However, I'd like to note that that's a restoration, in essence, back to 2006-07 levels. And over this 8-year implementation period, by the time we get to 2021, it's 2007-08 funding levels when we've had costs, the inflation, the COLA that's included in the budget is not enough to cover that inflation piece of it. Standard costs of just the utilities, as an example, our insurance costs, those go up incrementally, and those will be based on, it's the time value of money, as I've said, with basically by 2021, those expenditures have gone up, and the funding will not be able to keep pace. So I think it's a valid argument for us to continue with that adequacy so that we can deliver those type of services that we want under Vision 2020, under what we have under the LCAP to our students. So I think there's great opportunity there. The next slide just concludes what our next steps will be. We'll be presenting on June 10th, not only the budget, but now the requirement with the local control accountability plan together for the first reading. We're also in the process now of working on our tax revenue and anticipation notes, short-term issuance. We'll be working on the cash flows, very dependent on the May revision data that we received, but we'll be closely monitoring that over the next month as well. And determining that timing. Right now at this point, June 10th might be preliminary. We may want to see what the impact will be in terms of the STRS and what comes about from the governor's approval. And then we'll also be bringing the Educational Protection Account resolution. It's a public hearing that has to be done before the end of the fiscal year, so we'll be bringing that on the 10th. And then on June 24th, we'll be bringing the final adoption, board adoption of our LCAP and budget for the board. Because we need to submit this to the County Office of Ed by the 30th. Any questions?
Trustee Barrera.
This is probably a question for both Martha and Jenny. So the governor, in his May revise, does he lay out multi-year projections as well? And what I'm thinking about is, so in 14-15, he's devoting $6.2 billion of Prop 98 funds to pay down the deferrals, but he's saying his plan is that they would all be paid down at the end of 14-15. And I realize that he claims that only $2-something billion of that is ongoing funding. What does he then do? Does he assume that, so if you look out in 15-16 and beyond, and the deferrals have been all paid down, does he adjust in any way the gap funding for LCFF? What does he do with that ongoing revenue?
So he does have revenue projections past 14-15.
Yeah.
And the governor and the Department of Finance who come up with these numbers, they tend to be more fiscally conservative in terms of any assumptions. The reason about the $2 billion that would be paid of ongoing 14-15 money and paying it for deferrals is because in case that, let's assume that that revenue was not not materialize, that there was no capital gains or no new money that would be coming in 14-15. That would be an easy way for the state to say, instead of using it for ongoing LCFF, they're using it as one-time revenue that they could just not pay off this year but pay it off in the future year. So that's in terms of the deferrals. What the money could be used for future years, and it does not specify the gap funding for future years, could be for LCFF, that if it's really ongoing money could be for LCFF. But he also does outline a plan to paying off mandates and a maintenance factor by 17-18. So Proposition 30, the sales tax piece, a 1/4 cent increase, expires in 2016, and then the income tax on the higher earners expires in 2018. So the governor's goal is to pay off that 11.5 wall of debt by 17-18. So the mandates would be starting to pay off in 15-16, 16-17, and 17-18. And so it would be paying off some of that one time and some of the LCFF as well.
And are we, I guess, Jenny, are we allowed to anticipate the pay down of those mandates in 15-16 and 16-17 in our multi-year projections that we?
Once we have the governor's approval, then we can include that. But at this point, for budget development, it'll be subject to what the county guidance is that they provide us. But we will include that once it's approved. Then that'll become more official in that sense.
Just to clarify, but you say when the governor finally signs the budget, that it will include the plan for the 3-year payment, whatever it is for the mandate.
That's what we'll come back to the board in late July with. If there's a significant revenue change, which would, however much amount will be, then we would come back with that amendment into the current year and the out years.
But just to clarify, it would not be a budget appropriation. It would just be a plan of when they plan to pay it off.
Right.
The, excuse me. The two most significant factors, I think, for our budget, as I understand it, right now, we have the STRS issue, and I know the legislature is looking at maybe reducing it a little bit next year than what the governor proposed, and then the transitional kindergarten. And on our budget, Ms. Alkin, did we put money in the budget that we anticipated new revenue from the state or from TK, or are we just using the current money that we currently have been using?
There's a component of that in terms of increasing TK, but then it's offset by the cost to support the staff for that piece of it too.
The offset to
for
cost
staffing.
To support this.
So we have in terms of the ADA included in our projections in our enrollment, but then in terms of the costs, and we also have the supporting staff that helps.
Okay. We're not anticipating new state revenue for TK.
Right.
It's just ADA money.
Just the standard, right, exactly, exactly.
So
in our current budget.
So the fact that the governor's not funding TK, it doesn't affect us. The legislature could always put some extra money in, or once again move it around, squeeze the balloon. I mean, it's like the whole issue of the STRS. I mean, yeah, the state could say, good, we'll take 80% of the additional costs, and then they just take it out of Prop 98 at the state, and then send what's left to us versus this way. I mean, I pay one way or the other. I mean, I have to admit, I'm surprised the governor has done this in an election year. It's pretty bold of him, and took some guts to actually start addressing this significant issue, although there's some that question the annual growth of STRS based on stock market or projections and other things in there. So, we're going to have to pay sooner or later, and to start paying each year now a little bit versus it ballooning up just when the Prop 30 fails. I mean, there's a certain merit in the governor's approach, but obviously we need to find the money.
So one question, I mean, with Mr. Barrera was asking about the funding gap, the LCFF gap. But ultimately, couldn't we just look at Prop 98, projected state revenues, whether we're looking at Department of Finance or the LAO, and this is the revenue we project for the state. First of all, just to make sure, I shouldn't be asking this question every 5 years, but the Prop 98 is 40% for K-12, right? Isn't the K-14 50%?
That would be, so there's 3 tests on that first one of the slides. The 40% would be under test 1.
Right.
But currently we are, and test 2 tends to be the one that we're usually in. 13-14 was a test 3, which just means year-over-year growth of prior year funding. So it's not always at the 40% of the general fund. It's always looking at the previous year funding and where we're at. And we were at test 1 year in, currently in 13-14, but then next year it will be a test 3 in 14-15.
Okay, but whichever test we use, there's the Prop 98 funding. And rather than worrying about how much is LCFF and how much is mandates and so forth, and STIRS, we should have some idea of what we could project.
It is roughly 40% of the state's budget that goes towards schools. But another consideration is schools are not just funded by the state general fund, they're also funded by local property tax. And what happened in this diagram on the chart beneath of the slide is that the state had to offset some lower property taxes that school districts did not collect because there were lower property taxes. So the state had to backfill school districts for lower property taxes. So even though that's, that's still within Prop 98, but in terms of what we would consider from local and state, it just ends up being, keeping us whole at that amount.
So they're making up the loss of property taxes is just part of their Prop 98. Okay.
Yes. And then the other consideration too is the ADA growth, which you see there. The last point funds will be used for higher ADA growth. I mentioned the governor, there was higher ADA growth in other districts, so he's putting about $100 million in 13-14 and another $100 million for additional kids in 14-15.
One of the disputes between the LAO and the Department of Finance is that the LAO assumes higher property taxes than the governor.
So the LAO has higher revenues, property taxes, but also capital gains.
Yeah.
So they're anticipating $300 million in one-time money in 13-14 and about $2.2 billion in capital gains in 14-15. And so the slide that I had before about what's not included in the state's budget in the May revision, if the legislature went in that route, and that's what they're currently considering, of having the LAO higher projections, they could fund mandates, they could fund some Common Core, but that's going to be part of the negotiations with the governor. How much money do they have to spend, and then how will that money be spent? And so these will be subject to negotiations over the next 3 weeks.
Okay, all right. No other board member questions or comments at this time. This is an information item. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, ladies. Great job. On to item H3, it's a Human Resources Monthly Update Report. It's an information item only with no staff presentation, so we will receive the report for information. Are there any board members' questions? We received the report earlier last week. All right, seeing none, then let's move on to the superintendent's consent agenda. I would like to pull one more item, I-25.
And I'll withdraw my polling of item 50.
Okay, all right. So 25 comes out, 50 goes back in.
It's like the LCFF.
Is there a motion?
And 36.
Yeah, right. 25 is pulled, 36 is pulled, I-11, 12, and 13 is pulled, and 50 goes back into the consent.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have no speakers on the other items that are still in. There's a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Yeah, these are all on items that have been pulled, I thought? No? 25.
I'll unvote.
Oh, I-53, Citizen. You have 2 minutes.
There's just a little item in this ICC recommendation that places one group of kids at a great disadvantage compared to their peers. It's a Spanish language development course that is going to prepare 6th grade students to take a Spanish class in 7th grade. There's not a comparable class for English-speaking students that are going to take Spanish. It's just segregating students who speak Spanish. It's discriminatory and it's detrimental. When you have a singleton course like that, it makes a master schedule very difficult. So these students are going to have a difficult time in having the flexibility in their schedule to take other courses. And in order to fill this course, counselors are going to trap students into this class. And the Spanish-speaking parents aren't going to understand that their children lose electives like music, art, ASB, and other courses. And here's the thing, you're going to put them in Spanish for Spanish speakers. But that's not an honors course. It's a course that segregates students by languages. They don't do it in college, but it's discriminatory and it's happening in a school district and it's happened for a long time. Because a student that gets an A in Spanish for Spanish speakers is not the same as a student who gets an A in Spanish language. This class is unnecessary and it's discriminatory against Spanish-speaking students. And it really needs to be taken a look at. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever to have a class that prepares kids that already speak Spanish to go into a Spanish language course. That's what a Spanish language course is for. This just discriminates.
Okay, please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously, 5-0. Let's go ahead and hear from speakers on the on the pulled items. Lance Wren and Sabrina Hemlin. I-25. Well, I just received these public speaker slips. Yes. I can only call people up if I have slips. And so these were the slips that I had, and I was just handed some more slips. So Joanne Fields, Stuart Payne, and Alberto Gerardo.
And if all the speakers could tell us what item they're speaking on, just to help me be clear.
I'm speaking on item I-25. My name is Sabrina Hanlon, para-president and CSEA member. I'm actually happy that you've pulled it. I was objecting to the contract at this time. As the president of the paras and also a member of the Health and Welfare Committee, I was disappointed that it was that while we are trying to empower our Health and Welfare Committee so that we can achieve reductions in health care costs, that this contract was being brought forth after we were informed at a health and welfare meeting that it would be tabled until it was vetted at our meeting. There wasn't anything, they spoke of it last month, but there was no actual contract to be viewed. So we thought that, at least I thought, that it would be held from being proposed to you guys until we actually got a chance to look at it and, talk it over and see, if that was the best way to go for the district. Our goal is to seek ways to reduce health costs. We're about, trying to save the district money. We want to work in partnership with the district, trying to do what's best for the children and also what's best for the people that support the children. The idea of not being able to vet it out and discuss it kind of takes away from the meaningfulness with regards to the actions towards cost savings. The idea was, we want to be there to be able to say yes, no, we want to help you guys to find ways to save costs, but if you're going to just bring something forward and not share it with us first, then really what's the point? Where are we really at?
When does the Health and Welfare Committee meet again? Do you know?
The 11th of June.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lance Wren, the CSEA president of the Operations Support Services, Chapter 724. As a member of the Health Benefits Committee, I'm surprised to see this agenda item. We understood the item would be pulled so that the Health Committee consent item could be truly vetted by the committee. Until this consent item is vetted by the Health and Welfare Committee, CSEA opposes the approval of this agenda item. There is a 2% average commission based on all premiums with this and there's no incentive to lower costs with this deal. Again, CSEA opposes this agreement. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Fields, and I am speaking on item I-12. And that's regarding the CIF San Diego section request for continuing membership and agreement to conditions of membership. Like the people that spoke before me, there's a concern of vetting out this item with concerned citizens. There has been a number of community meetings regarding CIF, the NAACP San Diego branch. Issues were brought up at the District E Cabinet meeting. We recently was afforded a meeting. Thank you to Superintendent Cindy Martin. We met with your Chief of Staff, Stacy Monreal, and Vice President Trustee Marnie Foster. With me via teleconference, Stuart Payne and Sean Manning of the Ground Up Youth Foundation. We raised concerns regarding CIF that was brought up a few months ago. But moving forward and seeing this as an agenda item, and that there is no consultation with the Board Advisory Committee that we see as on the agenda item. When would the public be able to actually share the concerns? My colleague, Stuart Payne, he had to leave to attend his daughter's banquet tonight, and he has a question regarding the fees per sport. Actually, the statement that was given on background is missing that it's not only a fee per sport, but also a fee per student enrollment, and that was a concern that he would like to bring up along with myself. There's a PowerPoint presentation that we'd like to share with you showing those additional costs that is not stated on this agenda item. So hopefully you would want to table it so that we can bring more information to the board.
Thank you.
Mr. President, did you want to have all the speakers in each individual item and then have board discuss and take action?
Yeah, we just have a couple speakers, and then we can go through the items.
And why I'm still here.
Some of the items are kind of clumped together. Okay.
There was the next agenda item was I-13, and I originally signed up for that on the designation of CIF representatives to the league.
Okay, go ahead.
At that same meeting that we had last week, we had learned what is the process and who represents San Diego Unified at the CIF level. Because at Morris High School, we had concerns that, yes, we won the Eastern League CIF conference, but there was a lot of questions and concerns that we did not advance to compete on the state level. And students, parents, community leaders, hundreds of calls went to Morris, hundreds of calls went to the San Diego Voice and Viewpoint, and it was not clearly stated why we were not advancing to compete on the state. So we brought that forward to the board. Yes, we had our meeting last week, but when you look at the membership conditions, if our principal speaks against a ruling with CIF, there could be sanctions against the school. So who do we talk to? And who holds that person accountable if he doesn't respond back to us? So before you designate a CIF rep, because of what we learned last week is that they are appointed annually, and it doesn't seem like that was vetted out annually because that person's been here for decades. And it looks, for me, I'd like to ask if there would be an audit of where the concerns of transfers being bottlenecked. I raised that in December. Thankfully, with Superintendent Martin and her staff, we were able to get answers that we were seeking, and our students were able to play. But I would like to request an audit to see who is governing this person when there are concerns, when there are bottlenecks of transfers, and where do the complaints go? Because they're not being answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker slip that I have is Alberto Gerardo on item 36.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Alberto Guardado, General Manager for Republic Services of San Diego, and also Morse High School grad, class of '94. I just heard my high school mentioned, so that was nice. I want to thank you for taking the time to hear us on this issue. As a matter of doing business, we provide proposals to customers on a daily basis. Rarely do we feel the need to voice concern. However, the contract being discussed tonight is a significant expenditure for the district, and we're concerned that substantial cost savings is being ignored. Based on the information available in the staff report, Republic Services' proposal mirrors all of the value-added services in the proposal recommended by staff, with 2 exceptions. First, Republic Services offered recycling service at no charge. This allows the district to increase recycling participation and reduce cost. Additionally, as requested in the RFP, we provided a plan to improve or reduce service levels for over 60% of school sites. This would result in a cost reduction to the district of $148,000 per year. That's $110,000 per year greater cost savings than the proposal recommended by staff. Our team visited every school location and spoke to staff at many of the locations to obtain their feedback. So we're willing to guarantee the savings day one with the implementation of our service improvement plan, not 3 months after you sign a contract. Our service improvement plan reduces truck traffic on school campuses. Additionally, in our proposal, we committed to using clean-burning natural gas trucks, not diesel-powered trucks. Our proposal provides a greater reduction to the district's overall carbon footprint, and again, a greater value with an annual cost reduction of $148,000 and $743,000 over the life of the contract. So I would ask that the board consider our alternate proposal. Thank you.
Okay, with that, now let's go ahead and take a look at these agenda items in numeric order, starting with items I, 11, 12, 13. Trustee Vice President Foster, you pulled these items.
I did, and basically the concerns that have been raised in the district trustee cabinet, many of the concerns by other stakeholders really warranted that I pull this to just acknowledge that we are aware and that we are monitoring what's happening very, very closely. So I think the message needs to be sent that we're fully aware of concerns and that we're watching and monitoring this process very closely. Also, with item I-11, the concern is that there are dues per student as opposed to the 0.63% per 0.63 cents per student, and there's some questions as to why is it per student as opposed to those that are participating in the sport. What I'm also interested in, since we have the fee per student, what is our return on that investment? Earlier we heard folks speak about other sports like lacrosse, wrestling, and golf that need to be elevated and supported. So really we just need to pay attention to how we're collecting the fees, how we are addressing the other sports to make sure that we are guaranteeing opportunity and access to all students and for a larger variety of sports and fully supported. So that's something that I'm looking at. And we also, representation is key. So there were some changes made to CIF that impacted, for example, Morris, that won the CIF championship but was not able to compete at the state level. It's real important that when those changes happen, that all stakeholders, are informed, that we do a better, that we better communicate to our stakeholders. And so that clearly did not happen. There was a lot of confusion within CIF. And so, and then there are different committees that our schools also participate in, and we have representation at. We need to look at these meetings. We need to make sure that those that are supposed to be represented are present and are representing the schools and the communities and the clusters that they serve. We have a designated representative for CIF within the school district. It is the responsibility of that person to make sure that folks are informed when meetings occur, and that our representatives at the school level are actually present, and that when community members feel that they're not being served and their voices aren't being heard, that there is actually a non-agenda public comment at those meetings and that they can participate. The meetings that occur and the way to fully participate have not been clear. And I'm really shocked that there's so much confusion in 2014 when we've had consistent representation at the district level for so long. So I'm going to stop there.
I had a question. Excuse me. I noticed the designations represent 5 high schools, and I think only 3 of the clusters are represented. Excuse me, board subdistricts. I misspoke. So was there, not to say that if principals are not representing our subdistrict that they won't represent the needs, but so I see, so the question is there an intent or desire to say there should be a representative from each subdistrict, and how are they chosen, and also is this important that it has to be done tonight?
Yeah, there is a time sensitivity to this item, and Trustee Foster's aware of that. And what I want to say is that you and just District E has our full attention. As I know was evidenced, Ms. Fields referenced the meeting that we had recently with Chief of Staff Monreal, that we are fully aware of what has happened, what is happening, and what could happen if we don't use our voice as one of the largest districts in the region to impact and influence some long-standing practices that definitely need a spotlight and attention, maybe floodlight. And so there is a sensitivity to this going forward, but this is not going forward in any way to ignore what came out in the meeting that recently happened and what needs to continue to happen in terms of our voice, public participation process, rules being transparent, changes being made and our students not knowing about it. A lot happened during that meeting, and there are future decisions that we will need to make, but there is a time sensitivity to these 3 items tonight, and I'm glad that you pulled it so that we could talk about it and let people know we're not just watching, we're paying close attention, and we will use our influence and our voices to make sure the representation is what it needs to be for our students.
Okay. Well, I just think, it's not a big deal, but I think in the future, just understanding the process. I mean, right now, there's 1 principal from my sub-district, 2 from President Beiser's sub-district, 2 from Ms. Foster's district, and I believe none from Dr. Evans and Mr. Barrera. Of course, you've hit the most important trustees, so I understand that. So I just be interested in the future to see the process that's going into.
And that's part of the sunshining of this, having this conversation here, that you're seeing things you didn't know, and there's what you just uncovered right there is just a fraction of what some of the things are that we're discovering. So we're happy to be having this dialogue, and the sensitivity of these items doesn't mean to stop the dialogue that needs to happen.
Right. So was your intention to make a motion to continue or to go ahead and adopt these items?
So my motion is to go ahead and adopt these items, understanding that we're going to have an opportunity to respond.
Good. All right. Is there a second?
that motion.
All right. Please vote on item I 11, 12, and 13. That motion passes 5-0 unanimously. On to item I 25. And this was spoke to by two speakers this evening. I pulled the item because I think they raise a pretty important point, is that we have a committee that is in partnership with our bargaining units, so that we can make sure that the things that we're doing are in effect to try to have cost savings. And so I think that I would like to make a motion to continue this item until after we have the opportunity to fully vet it through the committee. Okay. Well, I mean, if there's no second on the motion.
Well, I'll second.
Okay. All right. So there is a second for the sake of discussion. Thank you, Trustee Barrera, for the second. All right, Superintendent Martin.
I just want to clarify that this is a consultant agreement, and we did discuss this at the Health and Welfare Committee, and we do understand and appreciate the committee's efforts to realize savings and work together. This consultant agreement was something that we did discuss, bringing this forward today. The fees that are paid, any commission for the performance of service under this agreement is paid by the carriers. And so that's part of how we work with Barney and Barney. I know our General Counsel, Andra Donovan, also has comment to make about this particular agreement and why we're going forward with this and recommending to go forward with this tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent Martin. To be clear, there's a variety of services to be provided by Barney and Barney under this agreement. The work of the Health and Welfare Committee has been to look at options and moving forward to look at various options for plan design and cost savings. What comes out of the committee would be something that would be looked at by Barney and Barney may be used to inform management in terms of how we operate. But this is a management professional consulting agreement to assist the CFO and senior leadership in understanding what the options are, in providing reports on the Affordable Care Act, and when and if there is a decision to change or to evaluate options for alternative dental, life insurance, or vision plans, those would in fact go to the committee. But this is the management consultant that would inform our work going into the committee and would respond to the committee's proposals internally for our behalf. This is not something that is part of the work specifically of the Health and Welfare Committee, and for that reason, staff recommends that the contract go forward and not be presented first to Health and Welfare. To be clear, it was not stated at the Health and Welfare Committee that the agreement would be pulled. We stated that we understood the position taken by the bargaining units and we would convey it to the superintendent, but there was no assurance given that it would be presented first to the committee, and we do not recommend that that happen.
Just one question, Mr. President. To be clear, so the approval of this contract of the superintendent selection of this particular consultant does not then in any way interfere with the committee discussing all types of cost savings or plan modifications or anything like that?
No, not in any way.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, the motion is to continue the item until after it can go to the Health and Welfare Committee. Yes, please vote. That motion fails 4-1.
I move approval, item 25.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, please vote. And that motion carries 4-1. On to item I-36, the
I know
agreement with...
Ms. Foster pulled it, but I was wondering if you would allow me to make a motion on this.
Hold on, let me introduce the item, please, first, Trustee. The item I-36 is the agreement with Edco Disposal Corporation to provide district-wide waste and recyclable collection and management services. Trustee Vice President Foster pulled the item.
I basically wanted to hear from staff, I just had some questions.
Okay. Would you mind if I make a motion and then you can ask staff questions and all that? And I would like to make the following motion, that we continue this item to either June 10th or June 24th. I think June 24th probably need more time. That number 2, as part of that the RFP and the responses from all the bidders be put in the public website so the public can review them, and that at that meeting, when they come back on the 24th, that each bidder, responder, give a presentation to the board, and then the board will make a decision at that time on which bidder to choose. So continue it to the 24th. Is that the right date for meeting? Yeah, the 24th. Number 2, have the RFP and all the responses of responders put out publicly, and that gives the Environmental Sustainability Task Force an opportunity to look at it and comment without them having a formal role in the process, which I know is not currently there, and that the meeting of the 24th, that the responders also give a presentation, and that the board will take action at that time.
Is there a second? Do you have any questions on the motion?
Well, I also, like Ms. Foster, would like to hear from staff.
From staff
about
first.
How they came up with this recommendation and to address the.
Well, I'd like to make some comments too, but I'm just trying to. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to make a comment first before staff speaks.
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
2.5 years ago, when an item for a trash contract was on the agenda, I think I was the one who first pulled it and said we have an opportunity to look beyond simply another trash contract, of which we've had the same supplier for, I think, 20 years, done an excellent job, and they're well known in the community doing good work. And the idea was, as part of the reviewing this contract and renewing it, was to look at all the opportunities we as a district have to put this into our environmental sustainability process. And that includes educational opportunities, greater recycling opportunities, all sorts of things. We really have been lackluster, to say the least. Then we had this Environmental Sustainability Task Force that was approved a year ago but started meeting in the fall, and they looked at trash as one of the items. And they also, I believe, recommended a broader wider range opportunity here to look at broader environmental issues. While the contract, and unfortunately the RFP that went out had opportunities for people to respond to that aspect, it was not. There was also a purely financial response. And I think, once again, unfortunately, that even though it's now been 2 years now that we've gone to one-year contracts in this for the sole purpose of having this kind of thorough conversation and opportunity to do something different, this is, to me, I'm not sure it meets those goals. So what I would like is us as the elected officials to review all the RFPs responses, let them give their presentation public, let members of the Environmental Sustainability Committee review and give their input, let members of the public do it, and then at that point make what we think is the best decision, both financially as well as meeting our environmental goals. So that was the purpose of my motion.
So if I could provide just a little more information on the background and kind of how we got here, and then hand off to Art to get into the technicalities of evaluating the proposal. As Trustee Barnett said, this is kind of our first endeavor in a request for proposal, rather than just a hard bid for our trash services. This was a concept that we have been wrestling with a little bit. We did work with the Environmental Sustainability Committee to develop this RFP. The committee endorsed this RFP going forward, so we went that way. I think if you look at it, the overarching intent of this was to develop a partnership with our provider rather than a strict prescriptive service agreement. And we did that. If you were to look at the bid documents, we talked about a hierarchy of reduce and eliminate, reuse, recycle, composting and landscape diversions, conversion, disposal as being the last thing we want to do. Everybody's got their Vision 2020. The state trash guys have theirs too, and they want to divert by the year 2020. They want to divert 75% of the waste. Only that 25% goes to the landfill. The other 75 is dealt with in other ways. So we did put an RFP out, and it had two components, a technical proposal and a price proposal. The technical factors were things like company management and business systems, environmental and safety issues of the company, the experience and references supporting the company, an implementation and operations plan, education program, and a process for continuous improvement, and data information systems and performance targets. One of the big things in this is trying to determine what do we really have and where is it going. So we did develop, we went through this RFP. We established an evaluation committee. The evaluation committee was five people. Two of those people happened to be members of the Environmental Sustainability Ad Hoc Committee, a person from the Special Projects Office, a person from the city's Waste Management Department, who also, again, was a member on the committee, someone from the Budget Department, someone from Custodial Management, as being one of the big users, if you will, of this service, and then also our rubbish and recycling specialists. So that was the team that evaluated the proposals, did a lot of hard work to get to this point. I'll hand off now to Art to kind of address the technicalities of the proposal evaluation, if I could.
As Drew said, this was an RFP process. The board will remember that last year we brought to you a recommendation for copier machines as an RFP process, and rather than strictly a low bid through a bid process. Parallel to that evaluation, this one was extremely close. The points were extremely tight between the companies. We had very good proposals from three firms. I want to walk through a little bit about the evaluation committee. As it was said, there was a member from the city of San Diego from their environmental waste department who served as a member of the committee. When that committee was convened, those five persons, the first thing that we do before they get the proposals is they review the contents of the RFP so they understand it. They look at the evaluation criteria and the methodology that's going to be used by them to score, rank, and ultimately make a recommendation on those proposals. So they do that up front so that they fully understand. They do step one, if that's the technical proposal and the cost proposal evaluation. If they then decide to go to a step two, which would be oral interviews, the weighted values that they're going to have in that two-step process. So they do that without being influenced by the content or who the proposals even are. So it's entirely done in a vacuum. But there's very good reason, as you could see, for doing that. So once that is established by the committee and the ground rules, you might say, are ready to go, then we provide them the written proposals. They do that technical scoring that Drew has walked through, all the different dimensions, criteria that are there. Once that is finished, and that is done, again, without considering the cost proposal. It's only looking at experience, qualifications, references, services, all those things that they are presenting in their written proposal. So once they have scored that part of it, then they will go to the cost proposal and look at that and then factor in the cost and technical together and come up with a scoring. At that point, in the case of this one, also as with the copier machines, they were very close in the total points that were assigned by the committee. For that reason, the committee decided to go forward at that step and do oral interviews with the three proposers. Again, very regimented. A certain amount of time for them to make their presentation to the committee, a certain amount of time for the committee to ask, in this case, 13 questions. All 3 proposers were asked the same 13 questions by the committee. Based upon their representations at that time to the committee, then the committee scored the oral interview component, and then according to the predefined criteria that they had established before they even got the proposals, those points were then combined to come up with a total scoring. And so that was the process that was used to bring to you tonight a recommendation. The committee, again, spent a lot of time, a lot of deliberations on this, and produced the recommendation that's before the board.
Thank you.
Well, two things. Trustee Barnett and those on the board that advocated for these enhanced services as a part of the future proposals, thank you for that. Along those lines, with the enhanced services that we're now requiring, I believe there's an educational component as well. I would be curious as to what is the track record of the competing companies in actually delivering the enhanced services that we're requiring. So that's the first concern, or I'm curious of that.
So what we did was include in the background information for the agenda item that's before you, 14 points at the end of the background, which are components of this new contract that's before you tonight.
So then all, I guess I'll change my question. So all 3 companies have a proven track record of actually delivering the enhanced services that we're requesting? Do we know that, yeah?
The committee, the 5 persons who read the proposals, who interviewed, who heard their testimony face-to-face, upon all of that put together, they have come up with the recommendations. And I don't know the details, exactly what was said, because I wasn't there, but that was the process that was used, and it's this committee of 5 persons who say this is the best proposal for the board to accept.
Okay. Okay, so well.
Yeah, can I just, because I appreciate the question that Trustee Foster is asking, and I understand that Art, you might not have the sort of the details of how the committee considered track record, but it seems that what we're doing in this, both the process of an RFP itself, but the elements that we're looking for in a partner, it's certainly something different from what the district has done, from what our district has done before in a relationship with a waste management vendor. And so I would be especially interested in understanding the staff recommendation is for EDCO that we've had a relationship with up until now that has not provided these enhanced services by definition, because we haven't asked for that in the RFP. But I wonder if EDCO has provided these types of enhanced services for other school districts or in other, or for other public agencies, and I wonder if the competing firms have a solid track record in providing these types of enhanced services.
And may I just interrupt real quickly? These questions are among quite a number that I would like to ask. If the board is intent on making a decision tonight, then I would have a lot of issues and questions that I would like to go into, involving the fact that there was an option to do an additional response to the RFP, that only one bidder actually gave that, but the bidder that gave that, according to staff, if they applied their pricing, a third bidder would actually be lower price. This is all in the staff memo. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and so if it's the intention of the board to spend all the time tonight and go through this, then I have quite a number of questions. That's why one of the reasons I was recommending we continue this, so we can get a number of these. This is a brave new world for us. This is a great opportunity for us to do something different and be a leader in the region on environmental sustainability. This is the first item, and so I just want to make sure we get it right. And forgive me for interrupting his answer.
Well, one of the questions I have is you had mentioned that there are some people that were in the selection committee that are members of the environmental sustainability committee that we created. But has this proposal in total gone to the whole committee for consideration and input?
No.
Oh, okay.
We took the input from the Environmental Sustainability Committee. They were convened first meeting October the 10th. Their November meeting was really dedicated to this topic. And then their output through their chairman was given to staff to then incorporate into the RFP. So the RFP gave vendors the option, if you want to make an alternate proposal, something that maybe we haven't specifically defined, you're welcome to do that.
Okay. So Scott Burnett's original motion was to continue that until June 24th, have all RFP and responses on the website, and to have each bidder give a presentation at the on June 24th. You had said you had some ideas about that proposal?
Right, because if the Environmental Sustainability Committee, are they meeting, when are they meeting again? At the end of June?
Or done, but I don't know that we want them to have a quote formal role in reviewing RFPs because of the whole process of. But I think we want to have input from those members and members of the public.
Well, what's pertinent to that question is that the Environmental Sustainability Committee as well as the IT Committee, these are two 90-day committees, some were longer than that, but the final reports from both of those committees are coming forward at the June 24th meeting, and there's recommendations from those committees, and not just about this, but in I-21, that's a lot of information coming forward, and that committee was charged with bringing those recommendations forward. So that is coming forward on June 24th, the final report of the work of both of those committees.
And so I guess what I was kind of thinking is that if we continue this after we hear the report, then perhaps that report could kind of, inform us the process.
Sure.
So if we could amend it to continue after.
Right. Well, we could just put it on the agenda for after those committees report.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's
staff has a transition issue, which is why the sooner the later, because the current contract ends August 14th. So, but I don't know. But I'm fine with your amendment to do it the first meeting in July.
Right. Yeah.
If I'd make my motion if you want to amend it to include that.
I would like to amend it till the first meeting in July. Is that okay? Go ahead.
And I certainly support that. Hear a little feedback from Drew and Art about the sort of, what are the issues involved in bringing it back at that point. I would just say that the other two items in Mr. Barnett's motion are ones that I'm not sure are the best thing to do about either making all the proposals public. I'm not sure about the propriety of that, and then also to have the board kind of listen to presentations and make a final decision. Those are the ones I'm not at this point comfortable with agreeing to, but I certainly would agree to a motion to bring the item back after we've received the report from the Environmental Sustainability Committee.
Okay.
Well, I would also support the idea of getting further input from the staff more than we're able to get tonight about this process and how it happened, as opposed to, I'm not sure, us as a board sitting here and listening to the proposals, I don't have experience working on committees approving these types of contracts and making a decision based on that, but I certainly would want to grill the staff, however you want to put it, in terms of what went into that process and why are they recommending.
Let me ask staff a question, the legal counsel. Is there any prohibition to having all the responses because we have the proposed winner, if you will, proposed by staff in the terms of a contract within here. Is there any problem with all the other responses being released publicly?
There's no legal prohibition that I'm aware of. The only caveat or concern I would have is whether there is proprietary information in any of the proposals that the proposers would claim are confidential. And we could take a look at that and redact anything that was confidential or give them the option to withdraw. But I haven't seen them, so I can't tell you as I sit here.
Okay, because, you know, these same questions, I mean, it ultimately comes down to what did we ask for? Was it broad enough? I don't believe it was, giving only options to make it broader. And then what were the responses? And we're going to go through it in that detail anyway, so I think if there's no prohibition to giving the board, I'm going to ask for that as a board member, trustee, and they're going to send it to me unless they say, oh, we have to redact portions of it. If it's sent to me as a board member, unless it's told that it's confidential, it's public information anyway. So I'm just trying to make it easier. Plus, I'm sure all three responders will be at that meeting whenever it's going to be, and will be available for questions and input, and probably hit a lot of the issues that we're raising tonight. So I was just anticipating what's probably going to happen anyway, and to make it proactive instead of the fact that ask them to come, ask them to present. I mean, the board has to approve it anyway. So that was my thinking on this.
Right. I guess my concern was setting precedent of going through this process and having companies give presentations at the board meeting. I mean, if there's a way that we can let our environmental sustainability committee come forward with their recommendations, and then we could kind of incorporate that into some questions and send that to staff and let them address it, and then come back prepared on the first meeting in July. To me, that seems like that would be a little bit more appropriate.
I just remember every contract that comes to this board, we can pull and we can ask incredibly detailed questions. And we do that. Out of 900 vendors in the district, we probably do that on a dozen a year for whatever reason piques our interest. This is clearly one. So I'm just trying to say that we're going to have to, we'll be the deciders on that date. And I'm just trying to say as much information is available to the public, to anyone else, in order to give us input. So anyhow, but anyway, so at the very least, we're going to continue the item, it sounds like, to the first meeting after, at least that's the motion, the revised motion and second.
The only question that I have is if the contract expires in August and our first meeting in July, I wonder if that's a little bit too close of a window, and so then maybe the June 24th date would be a more appropriate timeline.
It's the same date as the presentation.
Yeah, and so then maybe then there'll be an opportunity for members of the committee to maybe comment, if they feel so inclined, as to the discussion that we're having about this item.
Sooner is better from our perspective operationally. I would also offer the report from the committee. I'm a member of the committee, and as we're working through that, is very broad, has not looked at this proposal in detail, but as the report as it stands right now is of the effect of go do this, not in making the actual selection of the contractor.
Right. We don't want the committee to weigh in on the contractor, but the bottom line is this has been a high policy goal of this board for 2.5 years now, and here's our first opportunity, and so let's do it the 24th, and we'll at least have the report from the committee, and committee members want to weigh in on it, they can do so. And I request that we ask that all the responses be put in the packet. I'm going to ask for them individually as a trustee, and unless I'm told it's confidential, then it's public information. So now we're going back to the 24th, which makes sense. And
So
let legal
the motion, so then the motion is to continue the item to June 24th. that you'll request the RFP and all the responses, so they won't be put on the website, I guess, but it's a technicality. And that each bidder then will give a presentation, and then the board will be able to ask questions and respond.
He didn't want a formal presentation, just that they will, under public communication, certainly can comment on it.
And they'll be available for questions at the June 24th meeting.
Does that meet your
Does that
need?
make sense?
So we're not asking them to give a presentation.
That's exactly. I want to make clear that we're not inviting them for presentation to the board. We're announcing that we're dealing with that particular issue at that meeting, and obviously anybody can show up and ask to speak, but that's very different than inviting them to present.
So then number 2 is gone and number 3 is gone, so I just have continue to June 24th.
There you go.
Is there a second? Okay.
Would it make sense that the evaluation committee comes and presents to you what?
Well, hold on. Let's just, we've got a motion on the floor. We have a motion and a second to continue that on June 24th. Any comments or questions from the board? Please vote. That passes unanimously, 5-0. Yes, sir.
I guess I'm wondering, would you like the evaluation committee to come and make a presentation to you and tell you how they got there?
Well, I think providing information to the board trustees before the meeting would be the best possible outcomes, and then they could be available for questions.
And I'd suggest that board members submit questions really in the next week or so to the staff
and the committee, so that we can really understand what it is that we're getting ourselves into, because this is potentially could be a very good thing for the kids and the environment and the budget.
President Buzzer, if I could clarify.
Yes, ma'am.
The direction to staff is not to provide the complete proposals to each board member, but to provide answers to questions or allow board members to review what it is they choose to review. Is that correct?
Well, but board policy is that when one board member has questions and there's a response, it's all board members are copied.
And that's appropriate. What I wanted to clarify was that there won't be a dissemination of all of the proposals to be discussed at the board meeting without having them made public.
Right. I will be asking for all of them, and with the hope that they can be shared publicly, unless staff tells me not to, or I will ask for redacted versions. And then whatever I get, I will share with whoever's interested, including the environmental.
In the interest of transparency.
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more non-agenda public speaker slips? Cheryl? Okay. Stuart Payne on item I-13. You have. This is a non-agenda item. Now it is. So you have 1 minute.
1 minute?
Yes. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I know how this goes. This is how it goes at the end of every board meeting. Go ahead. You have 30 minutes.
Good evening, board members, Madam Superintendent. How are you folks doing? Again, I am here to talk about the CIF. And I know you have already approved the item to move forward. But just a couple of things that I wanted to point out to make sure that you understood. The document that was presented to you said that your fee was based on a per sport fee. While that is true, that is not the only thing that fee is based on. There is still a component of your membership fees that is based on student enrollment at each school. I think I have shared with you before what that fee ends up doing is assessing a fee to kids that will never participate in sports. So therefore they don't receive a benefit. The additional thing is because the CIF has so many different divisions in all of their different sports, Lincoln, for example, doesn't have a water polo team. Yet the student population at Lincoln is being assessed a fee to sponsor that water polo championship. And so you have many schools that don't even offer all of the 27 sports that the CIF offers. So I would contend, as I have for several years, that that fee needs to be redone, and it should be solely based on the sports that are offered at each individual school. As is, the San Diego Unified District is really subsidizing the participation in sports for the smaller schools, most of them being private schools. You are subsidizing their participation in sports. The second issue I would like to bring to your attention, as I have probably almost every year this thing has come up in the last 4 or 5 years, is the conditions of membership that you agree to when you approve that document and at some point it is signed. You are really giving away your right to advocate for your student athletes and or schools, because one of the conditions of membership is that you accept all decisions, and I'll just focus on decisions, rules, and so forth and so on, that the CIF makes. Well, you know what their rules are because they're in their bylaws. What you don't know is what their decisions are going to be. And decisions that relate to eligibility, decisions that relate to how schools will get to participate in the playoffs. You're blindly saying, we agree to that when you don't know what they will be. And I'm sure it was mentioned earlier about Morse High School. The standard has been, for as long as I can remember, if you win your CIF championship and or are the runner-up in basketball, the champion and the runner-up automatically advance to the state tournament. I don't see any reason why that should not have continued this year. Yet Morse and several other schools were denied that opportunity. So that is an example of a decision that they made that adversely affect your schools when they have paid their fee. The other part of that is it specifically says that any principal of any school that speaks out against or encourages others to speak out against any decisions of the CIF, that they have the right to sanction that school. So you're giving them the authority to sanction you when you disagree with the decisions that they have made. And that's like playing Russian roulette with your students' athletic opportunities. So I know it's moved forward. I would hope that there are additional discussions. I really encourage you to look at those membership qualifications that you're agreeing to and encourage the CIF to change those. Morse's principals and coaches, they just accepted that. And they accepted it because they know they had hanging over their head a sanction if they spoke out in disagreement. I thank you for your time, even the extra time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
The superintendent will be looking into that, just so that you know.
Yes. The next regular meeting will be held on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2014, and Tuesday, June 10th. We're adjourned.